of sublation. And that process of sublation is at zero because everything balances itself out perfectly. There's nothing out of harmony, nothing out of balance. It's perfect. And at the same point where we have that cross section, right, we have the inner and the outer. So being is itself an expression of that mediator point.
Okay,
Being is both the
so
inner and the outer. So and at the same time, correspondence is not a thing but a form. It is a form by which the truth is recognized in different forms. I don't know if that makes any sense.
it does actually. You're actually talking about notions. I know exactly what you're talking about. I wish you understood a little bit more. But here's what it looks like. Um, Here's all these words you're trying to use to define your tribe, the truth, right?
Hold all those words up, and I'm trying to show you how they correspond to each other.
Right. How do they? Is there an order between them? Are they connected in any way? Like they're floating around right now. You're mentioning them in a floating. You're talking about this one. Then you're talking about that one, and then this one, and then you jump over to the nothing. And then the nothing can't be the one. Like you're jumping all over the place.
Yeah, I'm just grabbing words and showing you how they correspond. Yeah, the order, of course, is first being, because without being, there is no
Is it being or
perception.
pure being?
So you have this concept of pure being, which is before, I think, the being of an individual, which I relate to with the circle. Let's say each like the circle has an infinite number of points on its circumference, and each one of those is being. It's the seeing and the seeming, right? I think Hegel talks about the seeming. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, he does talk about the seeming doctrine of essence.
Okay, so I don't know if this relates to what he's using that term for, but I see each being as a seeing or a seeming, and so they're a part of the larger being, which is the totality of the circle of being. And so, to me, the circle of being is that zero, and that would be pure being. There's such a thing as pure being within my particular metaphysical framework, and that would precede the lesser being, which is the individual forms of being, which we all are. I am a form of being. You are a form of being. My cat is a form of being, right? So I would say yes. I agree with the pure being definition is first. Then there's the individual being, and then from that individual being, we look out into the universe, and we're able to discern what is or is not truth, based upon our experience. So the universe is teaching us from pure being, which is the totality of being, to uh, enlighten and heighten our individual being towards pure being.
Okay, so this is what your tribe sort of looks like now, and you're saying there is some kind of order, but it
It's a circular order. So
how,
to me, it doesn't.
how would you
Yes.
how would you show that here with this diagram right here?
Say that again. It cut out.
How would you show that with this diagram? If this is the whole truth and everything fits inside of the truth from this column to this column, and nothing is outside of these columns, right? Everything in this your version of this truth category, how would you position all these words to reflect circularity, everything that you're talking about?
Um, Let me think about that. That's interesting. Because to me, it's a flower that eternally blossoms. So like it's extremely limited to just include those things. And you don't like it when I start with zero, even if I'm saying that zero is a symbol of being.
It's a
But
quantitative symbol of being. So,
see, is a quantity. Maybe I should just say the circle. But the circle is symbolic of what the zero is.
They're all
Uh-huh.
symbolic of each other because you're touching on universality.
Yes.
Universals turn into each other when you rotate them. So
Right.
what I'm saying is, okay, we can just cut to the chase and say instead of like going through your system and taking 4 months or 2 years, we're just gonna give you the secrets and saying the 7 tribes in the chat are the actual container of determinate whole concrete truth. So what you're putting here as truth is defined now. And we say at the highest level, you define truth as logic, nature, spirit. Everything in the universe, every word, every concept, everything, every impossibility, every possibility, everything is between these columns, columns B and D, as the concrete truth. And we include
I
people on
think
Earth
I know
who,
what you mean by logic. I think I know what you mean by nature. I want you to describe to me what you mean by spirit.
well, this is what you define it as, right? So we just ask people in the
No,
beginning,
I
look at these words and say intuitively, off of your own understanding of what they mean, not our understanding. We're just finding out where your intuitive map is, your starting point.
what is that? I will tell you exactly what that means and where it fits once I know what the category of spirit means. I can't
Well,
give
that's
you
the
the
thing.
category, but I know what.
That's the reason why we're mapping this out is to get a snapshot of where somebody starts, so that when they start learning the real truth, they don't do this nebulous thing where they say, "Well, I always knew it." Well, no, you didn't always know it, right? We're actually figuring out where is the idea coming from clearly as people are evolving. So that's why we don't give people the meanings of words. We're saying you already have an understanding of these words. So all we're asking you to do is to say, out of these combinations in the chat, these 7 combinations, right? We're asking which one
Well,
makes most sense to you in
I
terms
go
of their
so far.
order. So what we explain to people is
Okay,
we just
I go
say,
so far into. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep cutting you off. It's like delaying.
okay,
Go
well,
ahead. You,
just let me get this one thing out. All that we tell people is put the first category as the most grounded one, of which the other ones are dependent. So this is the starting point. What is the absolute starting point goes here, and then next, to represent the proper order of what these words mean to you. And you can see that there's only 7 combinations that covers every possible permutation and combination of these words in their order. So all we say is put them in an order that fits right to your current understanding of what those words are. And you can change your tribe over time, but for now, just follow your intuition and say, okay, which is the most true order? Which one is the God tribe? The one that God, how does God order these words? Or your source of truth? If you're an atheist, whatever you think science orders them as, which one makes most sense to you?
I would look. I'm not trying to be divisive here, but I would say that I don't even think that God has these categories. I think these are our categories to figure out how to get out of the matrix of language that we're so confused, which is why it's so important to know what each of these categories mean. So spirit can mean one thing to one person and another to another, and vastly different.
Well, no, that's where I would disagree with you, right? Is I would say, no, these are actually godly words. They have God level definitions and they're not just human definitions. But the reason why humans have multiple definitions of them is because they're fragmented from the absolute definitions. And that's where you're
Yeah.
right, but you're also wrong, right? So if you believe me and think, oh, are there actually godly definitions of these words that are like how God defines them, not just how humans fragmently define them? If you agree with that, then you're getting closer to the same universe that I'm in, which is the godly one.
Well,
Otherwise, you're in tribe 7 by default, which is this tribe here,
well,
which
here's the thing. Look, I reject. Like, there's so many people that say like the primary and most important thing in the universe is love, and of course, I love people like that. However, I don't know what they mean when they say love, so I make them define it. Because feel like
exactly, and we
love,
will do that
love,
in a second. We're just trying to
love.
find your definition of love, your definition of these words, your definition of spirit. We're trying to get
I'm
you
just
to
trying to figure
define
out
them.
what I think whenever I talk about the spirit.
Yeah. And
So
what comes first? What comes first, right? If it helps you, what comes first? The way that you define them Does
I
logic come
think that's
first?
the right.
Does
I think I
spirit
would
come
still
first?
agree
Or
with
does
my
nature come
order.
first?
I think I would still agree with my order, and I'll tell you why. It's because I think logic is the foundation of reality. Then nature is formed, and then from nature, spirit is produced in a number of forms, which are the universe. So nature is sort of like a diverse display of the logic of creation, and that diverse display is seems seems polarized. It seems divided. There's light and shadow. There's good and evil and all that stuff. But when you move all the way through the lessons of what nature teaches, you gain more and more spirit, and spirit is the universal truths found within nature. That's the way I would look at it.
What was that last part you said? The
Well, spirits are found all like in any dead plant matter. You can like ferment to produce spirits, alcohol, and so it is a term which corresponds to this universal animating force within nature. And so I see spirit as the universal truths that we find within nature in material and metaphysical.
Okay, good. So that's exactly what we want. So that's your definition of spirit, which now we're gonna record, right? We have spirit. I think we already have spirit in the list here somewhere. Where is it? There it is, spirit. So Ben, oh, I didn't write down Ben's definition of spirit. So Ben was the first one to, well, now Aya is the first one to introduce this term. So this is Ben's definition, which we didn't record. So we're gonna put yours down here now. So 182 is your definition of spirit, which is happening on September 29th, 2025. And your first definition is this one. Okay. So and somebody might agree with you and define it as that, and they can start using your term.
Hold on. Let me evaluate what you just reported. Number of forms spirits are found in dead corresponds universal truths that we find. So as long as you have accepted that this is not exactly what I said, and there's some errors in that, and I can refine it if necessary, and you're not going to throw what you recorded back at me as if like, well, you believe this. That's not what I believe. It's your interpretation of
Well,
life.
I literally just wrote down your words almost word for word, but let's try it one more time and write down word for word exactly what you want to say.
Okay,
And
fine.
you know what, we could even record. I don't know if Marlene is recording this. If you're recording this, Marlene, then we can make sure that we're not distorting what you're saying. So if you change your mind later on, that it's not us doing it, you can tell that you're gaslighting yourself for some reason, which might be why there's some reality distortion effects happening. So let's write it down again. So number one, that's how I wrote it. So number two, you're going to change it to, what are you going to change it to?
I was explaining the lineage from logic to nature to spirit, and what I believe spirit ultimately is are the universal truths which are derived from nature, which to me is the same as experience.
Okay, so that's what it describes it. Is that good?
And I said I was describing the lineage from logic to nature to spirit. I didn't say that spirit is the lineage from logic to nature to spirit. I was saying that that's what you had recorded previously
Okay.
was my description of the lineage from one to the other, and not one in particular.
Okay, so what would you
Why
change
was
it to?
the fragmented and not what I was trying to do? And maybe that's my fault. But I was trying to put them together so you can understand my train of thought.
Okay, so what is spirit, pure and simple?
I think in this moment, and greater. Don't worry about. I think in this moment I can give you a definition, but I have better days and worse days, so it's not. I don't have.
It's okay. You're not going to be abandoned. You can you can change your mind later on.
You've thrown the stuff in my face in the past, so I'm just letting you.
Yeah, I'm going to hold you accountable for whatever you put down, but whatever you put down is the authentic state that you're at right now, right? And you're not at a perfect state, and it will come back and it'll say, "Look, this is what you were back in the day. Here's where you are now." That's going to happen, right? And the thing is you are going to evolve, just like I'm going to evolve, but the thing is I'm not going to hold you down. I'm going to say, here's why I don't want to give you more power unless you do this. And you can debate that.
You have tried to hold me down.
Well, no, I'm holding you to what you actually are and saying you need to get better. Whereas somebody who's actually holding you down is saying, no, you can't get better. Like, for example, slavery, like black slavery. In the past, a lot of the colonists would say, oh, you're black. You can't go to school. And the person who's black says, well, why can't I go to school? I want to go to school. And the colonists will say, well, uh, you can't learn. You're basically an animal. And the black person will say, actually, no, I'm a human being with basically the same cognitive faculties as you. And if you give me a chance to learn out of school, I probably can get straight A's. And the colonists will say, well, no, actually, you can't learn. You just think you can learn, but you can't learn because you're not smart enough. Dunning-Kruger effect. You're not smart enough to know that you can't learn. So therefore, I'm not going to give you the opportunity to learn because it would be a waste of time. Um, that's I got a hair in my mouth. That's the oppression. That's somebody who's actually trying to hold you down. Whereas what I'm saying is, where are you now? Oh, you haven't gone to school. You don't know anything. Okay, cool. Let's get you into school so you can learn and prove if you can learn. You might have a learning disability. That might be true, but let's give you the chance to do that.
Hated my perspective by saying, "Oh, okay, you don't see what I see, so therefore you don't know anything. You need to go to school."
Well, no. I'm saying that if you haven't gone to school yet at all, right? I'm saying you don't know what's in school. You might have life experience and stuff like that. I'm just using the the, the, the slave example in a simplified way.
You see how you're putting that on me, right? Like,
Yeah,
what
I'm
if I
saying
did have the solution, and then you say that to me?
yeah, I'm saying that you're doing something really clever that makes it really hard to hold you accountable and to figure out where are you actually in reality. You're very mercurial on purpose. Like even right now, I'm just saying, what do you currently think spirit is?
And I'm just asking that you don't weaponize.
But it's only a weapon if you don't
When I ask
understand
you,
your position. Like if you don't accept yourself, then you'll see everything as a weapon if it's not indicating that you're perfect already. You are perfectly imperfect, right? You're perfectly imperfect, but you're still like if anything is used to show you a flaw in yourself or something that doesn't align with the truth, you see that as a weapon. When I'm just saying, okay, here's the difference. I'm saying you can't be in a leadership position yet. Some people say, well, you can never be in a leadership position. But I'm saying you can't be in a leadership position yet because the leadership positions are based on merit. Well, what are we basing merit upon? Well, that you can handle the power with responsibility to pull other people up and not suppress them uh, outside of their authentic limit. But they do have real limits. Some people, if you throw them into a pool, they'll drown. If they think they're a lifeguard, and you say, "Hey, I've been lifeguarding for like 10 years, and you need to be a really good swimmer, especially in choppy waves. Uh, can you do that?" And they say, "Well, I don't need to do all that. I'm a human. I can see you doing it. If you can do it, I can do it." And you're like, "Well, if you've never been in water before, there's this weird feeling where like you're sinking, but if you thrash around, you'll drown. If you just sit there and float properly, you might actually float. But if you panic because you get a bunch of water in your mouth, right? If you throw them into the deep end, they're gonna drown if they don't know how to swim. So you don't want to do that to people. But that's different from saying, hey, if you do some practicing, you will eventually be a lifeguard, and I believe in you. I'm saying right now, Lucid, you are not yet a lifeguard, right? You can swim a little bit, but if you go into the public and think you're going to create a global movement with the current level of swimming, that you're going to save like 50 people in the pool or something, you're going to probably get too tired and drown. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying, but you have a good enough technique that you can become that good in a very short period of time, too, compared to everybody else. So I'm giving you a compliment, but I'm also saying, how good of a swimmer do you think you are right now?
Well, as far as like dealing with adversity and then like healing and integrating, I would say I above and beyond with anyone that I've ever met. Aside from yourself, I have seen and I respect you. You know I respect you, Mark. And I know that you deal with people very well. So like I give you plenty of credit, and I understand like you are you do have the constitution to help lead a global movement. I agree with that. I have other things that you don't have. Like I'm a musician. I've been trying to integrate music and philosophy into like a powerful anthemic thing. I have built out plans that I think would help people celebrate the truth, which would help instantiate it further into the culture and things of this nature. So, like, we're same but different. We're coming from different angles, but they harmonize. But anyways, let's get back to spirit. I was wanting you to give me like a definition or a category, but I'm realizing that this is about my understanding of spirit. I have the same understanding of spirit as like the alchemists. I think spirit is what is most universal in nature. And I'm using the word nature because that was one of the other words that we're trying to connect to. I would normally say reality or whatever, but I think that I'm trying to use the word spirit in the way that it was originally used, which was this like it was literally created out of dead plant matter, and it was universally found within all of dead matter as its byproduct. And they believed that it was the animating force, and I believe the same. But it
Alchemist.
has a deeper metaphysical. It's not just the physical expression of it. There's a deeper metaphysical element of the spirit, which are all ideas which are universal. And like alcohol, spirit can dissolve uh, lesser ideas into itself.
Okay.
Dissolve, not resolve, but it's the same thing.
Oh, oops. I actually thought I wrote dissolve. It's funny, actually. I just wrote that word dissolve. Who was I writing to? Was it you, Marlena? Yeah, I think it was earlier today. I wrote that you resolve by dissolving into the resolution, which is interesting. Okay, so that's a pretty good definition compared to most people. And it does actually, it is pretty close to actual universal logic. And so that would make sense why you're maybe putting it in the right position in the right tribe, right? So you're in tribe 5. I choose tribe 5. Marlena chooses tribe 5. Hegel chooses tribe 5. In fact, that's where I got it from. Is actually Hegel puts his whole encyclopedia into this order. And you're right. The way you describe logic is the form that grounds all the other forms. Okay, that's true. But now the thing is, okay, now we've taken this very abstract identity, nebulous truth box, right? And we've started to define it at the highest level. That everything, and I know you don't understand this yet, but everything sort of follows this order of evolution. Logic then turns into form, and then form through dead plant matter comes out as the animating force for a higher form, like what alcohol. This is a higher form than the first two, in terms of including them in some way. Okay, cool. That's all we do when we ask people to check the tribes. Is we say, okay, they don't understand yet that these are the containers of all words, but let's just get them to place these, and then when we go into the more nebulous nuclear words that they have their identities attached to, we can start to show where they place them in terms of these bigger words. But what ends up happening is you can start to see that these tribes are like universes, that you might place 0 in logic, right? But you put it in tribe 5 logic, which might be different from somebody who's in tribe 1 when they put logic in the middle. So even though they put 0 in logic in the middle, it means something different than what you mean it, especially in relativity to the other terms. So definitions have order in them. The way that God defines things, there's an actual order to the definition itself. So there's something called the genus, the difference, and then the proof or the theorem of the definition, and they go in that order. And it's defined in itself, and it's defined relative to the terms around it too. So there's a horizontal and a vertical definition. So I'm just showing right now the highest level, biggest definition of which all other definitions serve.
I,
And it,
I, I do. I want to propose a question, but I got to take a leak and I'm gonna get a drink. Is that okay?
yeah, I'll maybe take a leak too. Yeah.
Okay. I want to propose this question to you to think about until we return, which is why didn't you first ask? I mean, you have logic, nature, and spirit as components of truth, but why didn't you first ask how people define the truth? And then categorize people based upon that, and then figure out where they fit into logic, nature, and spirit. That's how I would do it.
Okay, it cuts to the chase. But usually, if somebody does that, yeah, usually, uh, usually that ends up in tribe 5. If they don't identify these words, then they'll go into not tribe 5, tribe 7 to say, well, these words don't reflect my definition of truth at all. And if that's the answer, then they go and build their own
You're
tribe.
saying you can reverse engineer what people's definition of truth is by the way that they define themselves in relation to those terms?
Yeah, but it takes too long. The reason why I provide these 3 terms is that it can get us started faster, because if we have to prove logic, it'll just take 5 years to even get these down. And the guys that are really stubborn, right? The guys who really think they have the truth will go to tribe 7 anyway. But most people will be like, okay, we're going to do an experiment and I'm just going to pick one of these. And then through the conversation, through positioning these words, eventually they come to realize, oh, okay, these words actually are in, all words are in these words. It's
But
just a
wouldn't
faster way.
you see the value in letting people like just openly define how they see the truth, and in and of
Yeah,
itself
we've
not
done that, but
making
it takes too long. It just takes too
why does
long.
that take too long?
Because then, like I just told you, it'll take forever to show them that these are the words of which truth is the highest in.
No. Who cares about explaining anything to them? Just like let them explain what they think about the truth, and then let that define the
Yeah,
category.
they
Because
can
there's
say
going
they
to
can
be
trade.
different level of truth, right?
That's what we say. Go to tribe 7 then. It's just slower, which is why the guys that are more egotistical are actually further behind. People that are willing to go with this for
Yeah.
now can say, well, I actually don't believe in they'll adjust this like Uswa did, and she put an extra category on here. It just kind of like leapfrogs us into a productive discussion that's not just totally contingent all over the place. But
You
the
think
proof
that
of truth might
you
solve
think
that
that
anyway.
truth can get too convoluted because people are so fragmented
Yeah.
that they can't even come to a consensus about what truth is. So therefore, it's actually like so convoluted it actually leads the conversation nowhere.
They end up
But
opening up like 50 words and then they get too tired to finish the conversation. So this is just a way to say, okay, these are training wheels. You can change these over time as you learn more, but it just gives a way to say, okay, where do you place 0? Where do you place pure being? I think we're going to simplify this to say whether or not these are the truth, how do you order these? Right? So we don't have to bring up the word truth. We're just going to say, how do you order these? And then later on, surprise, this is the truth. We can go at it that way too. But we're just saying, how do you order these? And then how do you put this pure being word there? And then we just get a really quick snapshot of how fragmented people are. If everybody, like, let's say we get a bunch of people in the room and all of a sudden, miraculously, all 15 people are in tribe 5. That's a statistical impossibility almost. We'll be like, oh my gosh, that almost never happens. And then if we all put pure being in the same position with the zero, and now we're getting into like insane levels of like it's so unlikely that 15 people will place pure being in the same tribe in the same way. It just gives you a really good snapshot of what tribe you belong to, so you can start talking to people in that way, and then where you can start getting the fragmentation within the tribes. So it's just a quick way to get a macro fragmentation map, and then you start building your micro. So that even if you're in the same tribe, like you and I are in the same tribe, same with Marlena, we might position the words in a different way. So then we have fragmentation within our tribe. And it just gives a really good way to get two levels of fragmentation to say, oh, somebody's putting 0 in logic, but they might be in tribe 2 and you're in tribe 5. So it just, you're in totally different universes. So you don't fall into this illusion that you're making a friend when you're not. It's like actually still super explosive. And it might even start to be insulting because these huge categories are disjointed between you. You know what I mean? So you might.
Well, the only reason I question that is because, like, I feel as though, people might not be excited about logic, nature, spirit, but they might be very excited about truth and have a whole lot to say about it.
Well, that's what the next step is. We start picking out. That's what we used to say is
But
okay.
don't you think
What's
that?
your most
Don't you
favorite
think?
word?
But don't you think that everybody? And it is my favorite word. But don't you think that everybody is in their own way very excited about the truth, or
Yeah, like I.
truth so corrupted that they're sad about everything? Everything's just falling
Well,
apart.
that's what we're gonna try and do is say what is the most. I used to start the meetings off like that. What's your choice of truth? Say a declaration to it. Which, come to think of it, might even start doing that, Marlena, again. If she's still awake. So the goal is to get these set and then place your favorite words and say, okay, now that you place your tribe, where would you put your favorite word? Some people say Jesus. Some people say Buddha. Some people say the truth is truth or Hermeticism. We try and get them to place where does truth fit for you,
But
or we can say
still,
where do you put pure God?
let's say somebody's favorite word is Jesus, or someone's favorite word is Buddha. Why is Jesus their favorite word? Why is Buddha their favorite word? Isn't it because they teach the truth?
Yeah,
You know what I'm
exactly,
saying?
exactly. So,
So,
in my version, I guess I would say is where's pure truth? And I would say, well, pure truth is in one of these categories. And why? Then you get
well,
to
it's in
describe
all
why.
three of them, is in different forms, right?
Well, now you're starting to get into the exactly. You're starting to get into the deeper nuance. But we want to have people say their definitions in this structure because this structure will save us potentially thousands of hours. And people might start with the structure and realize what's going on and like, oh, wait a second. Oh, I want to have my own version, and then they'll regress. They'll see it as an advance. But once they grasp the proof of truth, they'll realize, oh, this is actually a regress. So they're actually going into their own fragmentation again. And when they try and build their own tribe, eventually we'll show that it's very fragmented compared to this. Even when they were in the wrong tribes, at least these tribes were at least in the right direction. So what we should do after this then is just to say, okay, we can try and say where you would put the truth, and then we should try and place pure being amongst the 0, amongst the 1. Do you change these positions? And then try and get down to the proof of truth again to see if you get it, or to understand the difference between. It seems like you've already fixed the problem between correspondence and truth is truth. So that's already in advance compared to last time, which you might not agree with. But
I don't.
but luckily,
It's insane. I'm hating myself,
wait a second. So,
and I'm glad.
uh, you're glad what?
Oh, I'm saying, like, I disagree because I've been repeating myself, but I'm glad to do that because it's necessary. It's what we need to do. So I don't mind.
Well, now we're gonna do. So I defined correspondence already, and we'll define truth when you get back from the bathroom. Me too. And then we're gonna define these, and then we're gonna place them in the tribe there, and then we'll be clear. And so we're putting truth here. Actually, I wonder if we already have truth defined somewhere. No, that's interesting.
What?
We have surrender to truth.
Yes. Me and the sun, the truth. I'll be the first. All right,
Oh,
yeah, I'm gonna go pee.
I guess we do have the
Be
truth
right
in
back.
here. Yeah. Okay. Let me use the washroom too, Marlon. I don't know if you're here, but let me use the washroom. You still there, Marlena? No, Marlena's not there. She's asleep or something. Maybe I'll watch this for a minute while we're settling back into this.
Quinn, how's it hanging? Sorry. We prefer not to be. What?
You seem tense.
There's very little that brings us joy.
You're a tough nut to crack. And of course, I don't mean not in the pejorative sense.
What seemed to be the problem?
We're dying.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
Not.
0, they're all very hush-hush.
I give him 2 weeks.
Zero must equal 100%.
The zero theorem is unprovable.
I think I've got a friend who might be able to help.
You're a pretty intense guy. Locked up all alone. So, tell me. How did it all start?
You have any idea what the zero theorem's all about?
Everything adds up to nothing.
What's the point?
Exactly, what's the point of anything?
Just wanted to feel different, unique. We made a very big mistake.
Why would you want to prove that all is for nothing?
Clearly that we only had to answer yes, and the voice would give us a reason for being.
So I'm writing an essay on cats. Cats in art history. I'm an art history.
Okay. Okay, so I watched that before. All right. So I'm supposed to be making blessings tonight, because they're waiting to do them. But let's uh let's go through this for a little bit more. Uh, so let's define truth to you compared to correspondence, and then position them, and then position pure being compared to the one, compared to the zero, compared to what other ones were we debating on before? Nothingness, opposites, everything. Yeah, I think those are
So,
all.
kind of my position is that like a lowercase t truth is something which corresponds to an element of nature, but like when you open that up to the whole, then you end up noticing that there is like opposites.
But when you expand it into the whole,
Totality to the whole, um, it's a paradox.
a paradox of
Which I
opposites.
think it is. I don't know if that's the right term. Maybe that's. I don't know if paradox is too extreme, but essentially, when you add them together, you get nothing.
When you add what together, you get nothing?
Well, when you add the two opposites together, like of truth, then it always adds to zero. And I think this is like what implies the utility of sublation. Like when you're sublating something, you're learning more about the nature of truth as it transforms from one form to another. And if you kept doing that infinitely, you would literally not, if you just looked at the particulars, you still would not know the truth. You have to take all of the particulars together and then analyze them to find out that it is this balance of opposites. And then you have the true nature of truth. Which I think is why people are so like, I think science is so problematic. Because they see science as only looking at fragments of the truth. You know, like, well, you don't have the whole truth. But you have to keep doing that until you have the whole picture, just like Hegel did. And then you can put together that full picture, and then you can understand the nature of truth. So they're both in service to truth at different dimensions.
Okay, so then what do you define correspondence as is in relation to that?
Well, that's what I was trying to say is like, so it's true that I'm wearing this black shirt because it corresponds to reality in the moment, but this isn't eternally true. Right? I'm not going to be wearing the shirt tomorrow. And so correspondence leads to that which is true, lowercase true, finitely true. But you can take that idea, that concept, to its maximum. And then when you do that, you can then see what fits into that category of eternally corresponding to reality, and there's only one thing that does that. And that's the definition of truth itself, which is this correspondence. That which will be true will always correspond to reality. There can't, if it's not, if it doesn't have anything to do with all of the universe, it's not true. It's nothing to do with that. Makes sense?
So is correspondence a fragment of the truth, or is it the whole truth?
It's paradoxically both. So in one moment, that which corresponds to reality is a lowercase t truth. But if you want to know what's true in any moment, you'll still need correspondence, and that's eternally true. Nothing that can change that. Like if a billion years from now I'm wearing a blue shirt and it's just in that moment, it's still true in that moment that I'm wearing a blue shirt. Right? It's still going to be the same system of correspondence, which we determine what is or is not. So that never changes. And so to me, that's the eternal truth, which is the form of truth, which then to me is what, oh, that's what Plato meant. That's probably why he meant it. Because he knows that anything that's said to be true is not actually true, but that the form of truth will be eternally true. That's probably why he was like, okay, well, if truth is the mother of all words, then everything exists sort of like this relationship between the form and the shadow of the forms. Because you notice, like, the truth which is used to create words, where a word corresponds to its meaning, all of those creations, all those children of that idea, they are not accurate. Shadows. Even if, like, we're arguing about the color of red, I can't even say that red is red. Well, red's not technically red, it could be this and that. No, if we define it numerically, and we had perfect tools, which we don't, then we could say specifically this frequency, this band, or we could even say a band range. Then we get to fuzzying the definition of words that they actually fit within the context of it. Then something can be true in that relation because you created that form for it to actually be true or not true, correspond to reality or not correspond. And that's important for us to be able to do, because we cannot build cathedrals, we cannot build skyscrapers, we cannot build homes, we cannot build Bibles, we cannot build anything without these foundational structures. And they deserve some fucking respect.
Okay, is correspondence then a particular?
No. No.
So it's the whole truth.
No more than reflectivity is a particular. See what I'm saying? Reflectivity is a thing. It's a property. It's not a particular reflection. It's all reflections.
So is reflection and correspondence the whole truth?
I think that it best describes the nature of truth in an easy to understand.
So,
is it the whole truth? I guess is your question is it the whole truth?
Yeah.
I think that it, because I think that all things embody the whole truth. I think that because we try to refine the truth to as much of a point as we can, and we come up with that, which is this sort of like non-finite reflective property, which can be anything. I think we're getting closer to the whole truth. Yeah, I mean, I think that you can say that the whole truth is in everything. And that's the easiest way to understand and digest it, from my perspective.
But that's reflective truth, but not the whole truth. What about non-reflective truth?
And what is non-reflective truth?
Immediate truth.
Which is what?
You have mediated truth and immediate truth. So reflection is a category of mediation, which requires two things. But if the truth, there's only one absolute truth, there should only be one immediate thing, of which all mediated things are a part. All the particulars, like you said, are within this one true universal, not alternatingly only, but immediately all in the same circle
You're
or
saying
chain.
the true universal is non-reflective. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that there's two sides, right? There's a reflective side and there's an immediate side, but your definition of the truth, if it's just reflective, is only one side of the full totality of the truth. At least the way that I see it.
Both sides.
But how can you have reflection if it doesn't have its opposite to define it?
Well, that's exactly what the perfect opposite of reflection is the inverse reflection of it. Two mirrors.
Well, hold on. The real, that's called the abstract opposite, but the real concrete opposite, or the abstract opposite is immediacy, the concrete opposite is both of them. But for example, if you don't have one thing to contrast two or more things, then you can't have reflection at all, be even defined. You need to have not just two reflections, right? Because you're using the definition to define an inverse reflection compared to a real reflection.
What if the one thing is only reflection of itself? The one reflected into the many, like a string, divided into harmonious parts. That's how I see it. It's a string. It's the one. It's the whole of the universe divided into harmonious parts. That is the one reflected into the many. That's also how I define beauty. That's the reason why I believe the entire universe is beautiful. And the reason why I think that God reflected himself through all things. Everything is in ratio to the one. Even this conversation, we're trying to figure out like our orientation to the truth. That's what it's all about. And whoever finds that the best path, now we're trying to figure out who has the best path. It's the wise thing to do. Because when we find the best path, then that will lead others into that. Solve some of the problems that we see. So
I still think you're missing it, but actually kind of gets down to like you're saying the right thing. It's just in the wrong. It's just in a fragmented order, which is really interesting. And my sort of concern is that once you get the order, you're just going to abandon it anyway, potentially. Because there's a certain level where, like when you get to prove the truth at a certain level, you can conceptually get it, but then sort of like on an emotive, empathic level, you kind of get it, but then like you're saying nobody gets abandoned, but you're saying one thing but not doing it. Like in reflectivity, in thinking, you say the right thing, but then in beingness,
well, here's the thing.
It's different.
Listen, we need to have boundaries. Do we not?
Yeah, but this is why the valve on abandonment is about boundary setting in the wise way.
That is a boundary there. But if we also don't set the boundary of those who are in allegiance to the truth, they cannot admit that they care about the truth and want to find it, then now we've invited bad actors. Those bad actors need our help more than anybody else. But if they don't want it, you can't force it upon them. You have to let them be outside the walls of the kingdom of God until they want to open the door for themselves. That's what I believe.
Is that why you came back? Or did I message you? I can't remember now.
No, I'm always gonna keep coming back. I came back because I recently saw one of your videos, and I was like, your rhetoric is so clean. You're integrating more and more people. You're showing that you have the way to fuse the atheist and the theist, which is important. This is what I have been wanting, is to fuse the theist and the atheist, to flip them on their head, to let the atheists know that in many respects of their life, they were operating as a priest. And to let the people that were theists but may have been deceived know that they showed a great courage in their devotion, in their faith. Right? But then we need to fuse them together with the qualities of both. Because the atheist was still a coward. The atheist was too cowardly to stand up, to think about truth, to think about God so completely that they actually found it and then fought for it. And vice versa with the theist, they were too cowardly in their own right to question the nature of God, the most important thing that they claim, to then understand the nature of God and the nature of truth and how they should be harmonious together. Both of them have their own flaws that they need to be worked through, but they're on the same team. They're working towards the same thing, and that can be said of all religions. nobody claims that their religion holds a line. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it kind of does a little bit. And I appreciate you saying that. So I'm glad you came back because of that. It's getting pretty desperate here now. I'm starting to even fade a little bit. But these definitions are good, right? That's why you're like one of the closest I can get this. But here, let me try and define for you. Well, okay. Actually, before I define anything, where would you put the truth as truth and then correspondence as some kind of truth reflected into itself, like reflection is? Actually, is correspondence a reflection?
Well, in my mind, it is. Is
So,
it not?
well, then what's
Yours?
the difference between reflection and correspondence?
I don't. That's what I'm trying to say. Like these words of all. Like the more that I've thought about these central words, they collapse into one thing. They all correspond to each other. Like being, truth, love. Remember how I was talking about the string and the harmonious divisions? To me, that is a form of love and respect. Like when you're in your own zone, playing your particular note or part for the whole, you're showing a love for the whole. And so, I just think that that's automatic. I think that's in everything. Being, of course, is this inner and the outer reflection. And so that's also a form of love. It's also a form of truth. It's the zero in that the inner is a perfect like absorbent of the outer, and vice versa. They reflect to each other. So that's what I'm saying. Is like they collapse into one thing at a certain point.
Okay, so you're so close to saying the right stuff. So before I say it, because those two natures they can be very clearly articulated. But let's get you to place reflection, correspondence, and truth in your Chizzy tribe. So where do you put these words um, in terms of logic, nature, spirit?
Interesting. Yeah. Spirit. So I would think that okay, that's interesting. It's an interesting thought experiment. Um, so reflectivity goes with nature.
Does it go before or after the one?
Oh, those are interesting. Those are relative but different angles of the same idea. Like, yeah, put it in the next.
Okay, so the reflection comes after the one in nature. And you can change these if you want. This is your old
Okay,
layout.
yeah. This. You're making me think of these things, and I might later reorganize. But yeah, I would say reflection not necessarily is beneath the one, but that corresponds to the one. Um, I think spirit is the truth. I think spirit is the truth.
Oops.
Which
Okay.
would then mean logic is correspondence, which would make a lot of sense. So I
Okay.
think it's correspondence, reflection, and truth. If I'm to put it into those three categories.
Does correspondence go up before the zero or after the zero in logic?
So correspondence is a word and zero is a number. I think numbers precede all language. So I'm going to go ahead and stick with the order of things now.
Okay.
And truth needs to go down. Needs to go down next to reflection correspondence.
Well, these categories represent, well, maybe I should be loosey-goosey about it. Because the words kind of stack up. If there's no words, this is the first word in this category. So we don't want to have a whole bunch of gaps, but maybe I should allow that. Let's try it. Let's see what happens to you if that does happen.
You know what you can do? You could put 2 into spirit. Actually, no.
2.
You can put 2 into nature and 1 into spirit. Then we're cooking.
Like this.
Yes, because now beneath that you have reflection, which is 2. In 1 you have truth, which should be spirit. And in logic, you do have this sort of circuit, which is the 0, but then you also have the function of correspondence, which is important for logic. You don't have correspondence in our logic.
Okay, so your reasoning is starting to get clearer, right? It's like, okay, now I can see where you're really at. This is interesting that you put the 1 here and the 0 here. I can see why.
I didn't expect me to do that either, but I think that makes the most sense currently.
Okay, so now that we get a snapshot, like we can see where you're swimming, right? And we're gonna put this in here too. So you're introducing some of these terms, and you're just the first, right? It's just contingency. These numbers in the screen now are just contingency and how spirit's actualizing through space-time, through me and you, and anybody else who plays this game, the word game. So 2, and how do you define the 2 then?
2 is duality. It's light and dark, good and evil.
2 is
Low,
duality.
masculine and feminine, fire and water. The dualities go on forever. There's an infinite number.
Okay. Okay, good. So then that's clear. Now we're getting clearer. If these categories of logic, nature, spirit are the absolutes, the highest containers, then it should start to clarify this. So this is your current map. So now let's do this. Where do you put pure being amongst these?
So logic.
So does it go before the 0, after the 0, after the correspondence?
Well, it's before the 0 because it's before all things. Pure being is what the eternal spark is. There's no because we created a class above being by saying pure being, then all being is now dependent on it. So and that I say that the circle is that. Every point on the circle is. If it's not, is it just being instead of pure being?
No, this one's pure. This one's pure being. But if you want to place being, you can try and place just being instead of pure being.
I would say there's like a greater being and a lesser being. Because I look at everything in terms of music. So there's like the major and the minor,
Mm-hmm.
and there's the greater and the lesser.
So if you want to place the other being, let me just see if we even have the normal being here. We have pure being. Did we place being yet is the question. I gotta get these filters figured out. We got pure, no, we got pure determinate being, quality, interconnected being, but no being as just being. Okay. You did define it before. You said that the 0 around May 14th, 2024, last year. You said being is okay. Well, hold on a second. Okay, so we should get you to redefine the 0 and see what you think the 0 is now.
I agree with my former self. 0 signifies being. It is not being. Because you must have a being before you can understand the 0 and how it signifies being.
Well, you just said 0 signifies being, right? So,
yeah,
so
I agree. That's what I first said. I agree with that.
Okay, 10 lucid. So 0 signifies being. But what you initially said.
We put words in my mouth now.
Well, no, I'm just reading what we wrote. So you said here, being is the signified of the zero. Oh, being is the signified of the zero, not the signified
No,
of
I
the
didn't
zero.
say that. First of all, that would never come out of my mouth. That's how you recorded it. And we need to admit that you can't record everything perfectly because you're doing a great job trying to capture shit in real time. But you're not perfect. That's all I'm saying. That's
Well,
not what I said.
well, I'm usually pretty adept because I know the right order of this, so it's very unlikely I misrecorded. But you either change your position or I misrecorded. But if you're gonna change your position now, or
Okay,
if I misrecorded it, if I misrecorded,
Actually, I take that back. I take that back. Mark, I'm sorry. I thought you recorded the following sentence backwards. Yes. This I think I think I'm gonna go ahead and agree with this. I think I said this. Maybe not exactly, but it's close enough that it doesn't matter, right? Like,
okay,
I'm sorry.
that's okay.
But zero does come after being. I did say that. And that was important. That I wanted, and I thought you recorded it backwards.
Okay.
And I was like, are we going to have to do this again where I have to explain myself? No, you did not. You recorded it correctly. Zero comes after being.
Okay.
That's what I just said before you pulled that up.
Okay, so this is the better one. Okay, so we're gonna do this.
I don't think it's the new. This should be the same as it's been. But yeah, I probably said a whole bunch of shit.
Well, yeah, you said like 9 different definitions of it. Let's see.
It's probably not, but here's the thing. It's probably not bad information. I tried to give you the best information. I'm not trying to throw trash at you. I'm trying to give you information which has led me into the ideas that I'm presenting. And from my perspective, they're immovable objects, which is, like, I think that's where we get a lot of leverage, power to try and steer the ship in one way or another.
That's right. So just reading your first, and this is gonna happen to me too, right? When we start really getting like transcending Hegel and the current limit of spirit, we're both gonna be doing this.
Okay, look.
Yeah.
So this is the first. Let me just. I'm gonna try to reiterate on what I said initially.
Sure.
So no references to anything but we can know right now. Okay, so that's where I guess that's where we're starting from. We don't make any assumptions. We don't believe anything. We look at what's real currently. Okay, that's probably a good place to start. The zero is a cyclical process. Well, we live within cyclical processes, do we not? Do we not live within night and day, so on and so forth? It is not a thing, it is a no thing, a process which generates all things. I still would 100% would agree that every single degree of experience and every single degree of the day is producing the opposite of nothing, and it is everything in some sort of like variation of itself.
Well,
Nothing. Okay.
well, hold on here. So, right, we're defining the zero. We're not defining being here. So we're saying no references to anything, but you were saying earlier that the zero is a signifier.
That is what being is. We're getting to the nature of being when I describe that. I'm just describing it in like a sort of linear time way that's universally accessible to any human mind.
Wait a second.
Okay.
Well, we defined the zero first, right? Here's the order, and then we got into being afterwards. And so where we left off with being was here. So this is what you said as far as I recorded. So it says, Lucid says, the being is generated from the zero. So there's a contradiction here, right? Which comes first? If being, generated from, yeah, that means the zero came first in this definition, but in the other one, the zero comes after.
Do you want me to explain?
You could try and explain it again. It says the same thing as being in nature, but in one definition, it comes before as the signifier, or it comes after as the signifier of being.
So the zero obviously comes after being as a symbol, but as a logical process, the zero also precedes being. So there would be no being if not for the logical process, which is exactly why logic is the first category, right? Then nature, then spirit. So, yes, zero is a symbol which is only observed after being. But that is the symbol of the spirit. And when you understand what the spirit is, you're brought back by the wisdom of the spirit to the nature of being. And so then you realize the logic of the zero is operating fundamentally before being, which then brings the wisdom of the idea of zero, which is this process of sublation. Zero is a process of sublation as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so you said that it comes.
Reconciliation between two opposites. Yes.
So then you're saying that in one sense it comes after as a symbol of spirit, and but in the other sense it was a logical something you said, but as a logical determination it comes.
Before it was a symbol, it was real in its logical foundations, but it materialized in the nature. It matters not if it's a thing which functions without materializing into something. So it has that logical function, but then it becomes nature, and then it through that nature teaches spirit, which then connects back to being or logic.
Okay, hold on a second here. So is this accurate then? Zero signifies being and comes after being as a symbol of the spirit, and you are brought back to being. But it is before being as a logical function, and as logical in its foundation and materialization into nature. Wait a second.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably express it like in a triangle, so it's just not complicated.
Okay, what's the triangle? What's the triangle?
I would probably represent the triangle.
How would you represent it as a triangle?
Well, so there would be logic, which then would be expressed into nature, which would then be expressed into spirit, which would then go back into logic, right? So then the zero is the logic, which is expressed into reality, nature. And then reality and nature teaches the wisdom of the balance of opposites, which is the spirit, which is universal and then unifies all things. And then in that wisdom, we then come into contact with the truth about our being. This is the reason why we obtain eternal life through wisdom. It's because we actually understand the nature of the soul. We actually understand the nature of reality. And then we see the depth.
So then is being and spirit that leads back to the zero? Or is it being and the zero that leads back to being?
So I just think that the zero is sort of like a map of being. It's like a primitive map of being itself. Just like I see the zero as like having a line through it and having like a trough and a crest, or feminine and masculine. And when we reflect the two into each other, it's a flat line. It's zero. So the perfect balance of opposites. And I think that that's exactly what being is. I think that like the inside of the eye that takes in light is one half of the universe, and the rest of the universe, which is giving us light, is the other half of the universe.
So then where would you...
we don't have being, right? So it is this balance of opposites which is producing being, which is what I'm saying. It's a process. It's reflected into so many, it's just reflected into.
So then how would you draw them? Like how would you draw it here? So would being be beside the zero, or would, like, in terms of these categories, how would you draw that? And is being the same as pure being?
No. So pure being would be like this triangle structure that I'm talking about applied to like another circular structure of all these different triangles and different locations. That would be, I think, the way I would see pure being and the way that you see pure being and Hegel sees pure being. But I think that it starts like if are you asking the order again? Like whether it starts with logic or being or
Yeah, well, you're defining your term for just normal being here, and you're sort of giving it a lineage now, and you're noticing that in one definition it's backwards from the other. So we're just figuring out, okay, you're saying that zero is in logic, and it sounds like you're saying zero is in spirit. But when it's in spirit, it's being, or it leads back to being. So are you putting, actually, let's go back to your tribe then. So we have pure being, and we have the zero, and we have correspondence 2, 1. So now we have just normal being, which is number 143. And we're going to
normal
use
being would be in the category of nature.
Okay, so you're saying now that
No, that's the category of spirit. Normal being would be in the category of nature.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is it coming before reflection or after the 2? Where does it go here?
You know what? I think maybe being does come out. I mean, I don't know. I think being probably does come after reflection. Like, I'm not sure, but I think that it's like a byproduct of reflectivity is being. I don't think we are anything. I don't even think there's no way for us to be something if there's no reflection.
Okay.
It's just nothingness. It's just.
What were you saying though before in your other definition that you were saying that zero as a logical function?
Zero. All of these things are reflections of each other. None of them is unique. It's one angle of the same. It's various angles of the same thing, in my opinion.
Okay.
Like correspondence is definitely being. Zero is definitely correspondence. And pure being is a reflection of the lesser beings because the lesser beings are a reflection of the pure being. So they're all corresponding and they're slightly different, and they do have an order. And I understand that that's important.
That slightness is what we're trying to get down to because it has universes in it. So you were saying here though that zero signifies being and comes after being as a symbol of the spirit, and you are brought back to being. So in this sentence, zero signifies being and comes after being. So if it comes after being, right?
Yeah, it goes. So look. So zero as like again as a symbol which we write down comes after being, but the function of zero precedes that.
It
So it
precedes
is in
pure
the
being.
right category. Well, I think pure being is an expression of the zero. So pure being is all of the lesser beings in a perfect like harmonious circle where everything is balancing itself out.
It sounds like you got 2 zeros here. So you got like
Well, there's like a
logical
metaphysical
zero.
Yeah, there's like a metaphysical zero, and then there's like a circle.
Well, we have the signifier zero, and then we have the logical zero.
Okay.
Right, but you put them both in logic, or are you going to change the positions of the symbol zero? Because you said the logical zero comes before being.
I think the logical zero just stays where it's at. The zero symbol comes in nature. That's in nature, and yeah.
Where does it go here in nature?
Yeah, I think that's the right spot.
It goes at the end?
It goes at the end because you can't see the zero symbol until after reflectivity, and then after being, and then once you are a being, you can then begin to perceive the zero as a symbol, which doesn't even like mean you understand what it means metaphysically, but you can at least see it.
Okay,
You can
so
see it in the sun. You can see it literally in the sun. You can see it in the moon.
okay, so
Symbols from
then how does this role of spirit come in here? Because now you put it in nature, but you said it's as a symbol of the spirit you were brought back to being, but you put it in nature now.
yeah, well. So once one has contemplated upon the circle, the zero, the sun, the moon, all of these things,
So there's 3 zeros here,
you
it
can
sounds like.
you can then begin to understand why things must be sublated. Like
So
it is a symbol calling forth sublation.
so then is this the different zero than the zero in nature? This is the zero that you
I think it's a
know.
contemplated. I think that's right. I think that's the contemplated zero. The contemplated zero should bring about wisdom, which is what the spirit should be doing. That's so you know what I'm saying?
So which one leads back to being out of all these zeros? Which one leads back to being?
Well, the contemplated zero is going to lead someone to the understanding of the reflection of the inner and the outer. And when they understand that correspondence of the inner and the outer is what being is, and that is what truth is, and that is the eternal nature of truth, I think that it leads you profound realizations about the nature of being. And it leads you back, it gives you the logic of the logical zero.
Gives you the logic of the logical zero or pure being?
Metaphysical zero or the pure being.
Well, no, they're different terms, right? So which one does it lead to? Logical zero or pure being?
Okay, hold on. Should bring about wisdom. Is going to lead someone to the correspondence of the inner and outer, and this being and leads back to being. So I'm saying that the contemplated zero is the balance of all things in reality. What that means. But your other the rest of what you wrote was like
Well, hold on. I'm actually just moving it to the right section so you can change it. Okay, so the first definition was not right that I wrote down. And I thought I wrote down pretty much verbatim what you said, but let's try a second attempt at it. How would you say it clearly? What is the contemplated zero and how does it lead to, I guess, pure being? Or to the zero?
Okay. So hold on a second. Let me formulate my thought before you like code it into the blockchain or some shit.
Okay.
Um, I think that the like to contemplate the circle. Don't write anything down. To contemplate the circle is to contemplate the balance of opposites. Does this make sense?
Okay, to a certain degree.
Does it?
I know what it means, but I'll say yeah, I think I know where you're coming from.
And so in that process of contemplating the balance of opposites, if you're searching for both truth and being, or I think if you're searching for truth, you will come to the conclusion that that which corresponds to reality is true. And you will also come to the conclusion that your being is only the same, like just if you think that that which is true is something which corresponds, then when you come to the conclusion that truth is correspondences, then you will see what corresponds to what is true. And then when you seek that which corresponds to what is true, you will see that your being corresponds to that truth. So then the adjectives which have been applied to the truth can also be applied to your being. They're the same.
Okay, so which part?
This is the reason. This is the reason why I think it's important, and this is also the reason why I think that truth makes that circle around back to being. But you have to go through all this other processes to even come into being, and to come into contact with the truth, with the symbols of the truth, which help you along the way, to then circle back around, which is exactly what the symbol is. It's the symbol of circling around. So, does that make sense? What I just said?
Okay, well, how do you want me to write it down, though? That's what we're trying to get to.
I know, but I'm just wondering if what I said made sense before we try and compress it.
Well, you're saying it out of order in a fragmented way, but you're getting to the closer nature of things, but you're still saying it in a sort of backwards way.
I'm trying to explain how being and truth are interrelated.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to do right now, because we're trying to figure out how I got from spirit back to logic, which I categorized as being.
Well, you categorize zero. Zero is the first logical.
Truth. We're basically asking, like, how does the ultimate truth align with the simplest truth? The ultimate truth is how everything corresponds to the universal thing. And then being is an expression of that. So yeah, okay, let's figure out how we need to. So the contemplated zero
Mm-hmm.
is the understanding of the balance of opposites the zero represents.
The logical zero represents.
The contemplated zero is an understanding of the balance of opposites that the zero represents. Yeah.
But which zero? There's three zeros. Which zero is it?
3 zeros? What are you talking about?
Well, there's the logical zero, there's the symbolic zero in nature, and now there's contemplated zero. So which zero represents the balance of opposites?
They all do in different forms, of course.
Okay, you're saying contemplated zero is the understanding of the balance of opposites that the zero represents. So is that the contemplated zero represents that, or is the contemplated zero just the understanding of the deeper logical balancing of opposites of the logical zero?
You're overcomplicating it through your.
Well, no. Let me show you. I'm just writing down exactly what you're saying, right?
But
like I might have to add another zero. Like I might have to add a fourth zero. If you're not going to qualify this zero, it's a new zero, because all the other ones are qualified, right? You have logical zero, symbolic zero, and contemplated zero. And now if you're just going to leave a zero by itself, now I have to create a fourth zero. So I'm just checking to see, are you talking about a different concept, or are you just repeating one of the other ones?
I already told you that all of these things correspond to each other.
That's okay. So I'm just finding out, what does this correspond to? Does this zero correspond to the contemplated zero, the logical zero?
Logic. Let's think about the realm of nature, and let's think about the realm of spirit, and let's put one thing which is true across all of them in those categories. Do you think that they're going to be the same in every category?
I don't know. I'm just checking in with you and
No.
just like, is this? You didn't say that this was any of the zero. You said this was like just zero by itself, but we don't have a current zero by itself. So now I'm just checking in. When you're talking, do you mean one of the existing zeros, or are you intentionally creating a new zero that's linked to those other zeros in some way that's not specified yet?
So the zero is a thing by itself, whether we acknowledge it or not. It's the balance of opposites.
So it's not the same as the symbolic zero or the logical zero?
So the logical zero is what I'm talking about. That it exists whether we want to acknowledge it or not.
Okay, so let me just read the sentence again. So contemplated zero is the understanding of the balance of opposites that the logical zero represents. That's what you mean?
Both of them, the logical and the natural zero. So we don't know what the logical zero is until we've seen the natural zero. By contemplating the natural zero, we come into contact with the logical zero.
Okay, so contemplated zero.
Logical zero, we are that is that's the contemplated zero. It's literally an A and it's like it's the V between an A, B, and C process. It leads back to being.
So but it doesn't lead back to logical zero.
It did.
So it does lead back to logical zero, not being.
Which is being. Logical zero is being.
So what's the difference between logical zero and being?
So there is the logical zero in its purest form is the form of being. It's really not doing. It's not doing anything other than that.
Hold on a second. I'm just gonna write that down. So logical zero. Okay. Oh shoot. Hold on. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so you said logical zero in its purest form is just pure being.
Yeah, that's close enough to the truth.
Logical zero in its purest form. So then what's the difference between, why do we need two different words for the exact same thing?
We don't really. I mean, that's the thing. We're trying to collapse as many fragmented words into a single word as possible.
But hold on,
and I think that's the truth.
What is that's truth if we collapse these two?
Yeah, I think everything collapses into truth. Everything is an expression of and in service to the truth. Nothing exists without being in service to the truth.
Well, one of them is quantitative. Logical zero is still quantitative, and pure being is pure being.
You know what I'm saying or not? I don't know. I think you know what I'm saying.
But zero is known. It's in the number line. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's not like zero being concept. You know what I mean? Like, so how do you justify that?
How do I justify what?
That zero is in the number line. That's where it normally shows up, but it doesn't normally show up in the qualitative line. Like it doesn't go. Normally, most people don't go zero being, and then after being, you might have becoming, and then after that, you might have quality, and then after that, you might have, notion or essence.
We might want to remember that zero is just a symbolic representation of the circle.
Well, no, zero, symbolic zero is, but not logical zero. Logical zero is supposed to be something deeper, you said.
That's true. And what it is a deeper? It's a process. It's a cycle. It's the process of sublation.
But then is pure being a process and a process of sublation?
Yeah.
So then there's no difference between them. So you really just are talking about basically pure being that doesn't have any quantity in it.
As far as what?
Like pure being doesn't have any quantity in it. Zero has quantity in it. That's why it's called zero. Unless you're going to say logical zero is the non-quantitative zero.
So the quantity applied to pure being would be infinity. So there's being, and then there's pure being. Pure being is being times infinity. That's the quantity that I would, which is the same quantity as zero. Zero does not mean nothing.
But what I'm saying is you can apply quantity to these things, but I'm saying in their pure forms, is there quantity in pure being? Would it be pure being if it had quantity in it? Wouldn't it just be being quantity?
It's infinity, which is it is a quantity.
So pure being is a quantity.
It's an infinite quantity. It's like a paradoxical quantity.
So pure being is an infinite. So we have to go back up to being now and change the definition, I think. Let's see. So being is a pure quantity. So being, oh, it's being, but not pure being. So are you changing the being is an infinity or pure being is an infinity?
No, pure being is infinity. Pure being is infinite being. Being is finite being.
Okay, hold on a second here. Pure being. Oops. Pure being, okay. Okay, yeah, I guess 50 is your, okay. So 188 is pure being. Okay, so pure being is infinite, is a quantity that is infinity. That's what you're saying?
It's infinite being. If infinite is a quantity, then yeah, pure being is infinite being. Is that a quantity? I don't know, but it's infinite being.
So then where would you put the category of quantity? Or let's say, yeah, where would you put the category of quantity and pure quantity?
It's all in the finite and dualistic realms.
So quantity is in the dualistic realm, so in nature, or is it in logic?
It's in nature.
So quantity is in nature. What about pure quantity?
So now when we talk about pure, now we're talking about infinities again. So
Or is there
pure,
even, yeah?
Huh?
Or is there even a pure quantity in your model, or is there just quantity?
No, there is a pure quantity. Like there is the one is a perfect example of a pure quantity. Everything in the universe is one of itself.
But hold on a second.
In that oneness.
The thing here though is there's a contradiction now, right? Because if we take so this is pure quantity, right? Pure quantity is the one. So where are you still putting pure quantity in nature then, or are you putting pure quantity in a different realm?
No, so now pure quantity, like it is getting close. It's basically that's spirit realm. So that's definitely in spirit.
Does it come after
Pure
the con?
quantity. Yeah.
Comes after or before contemplated zero?
After.
Okay, so pure quantity comes out. Where do you put quantity as just normal quantity?
Normal quantity would be in nature.
Okay, and this goes before, after the zero symbol, before before being
It goes
before.
after the zero symbol.
Okay, so lucid. Okay, so quantity comes after, and then pure quantity comes in this. But if logical zero is a quantity, well, I'm saying it's a quantity, but
That's not what I mean when I say logical zero. I mean a thing that precedes. It's not a number. It's nothing. It's a function. It's a process. It has nothing to do. It creates numbers, but it itself is not numeric. It is not a number. I mean, you can symbolize it later as the zero, but it is just the process which is infinitely repeating. It's a circular being process.
so then are we creating a new category that's saying, okay, well, zero is a quantity
No,
that can be symbolized
we don't
later.
need to create a category. I think we can stay within the logic category.
So can we say though that instead of logical zero, we could just say logical function? Like you just said something that's more
You
fundamental.
could, but like function of what? Whenever we speak of the zero, we're actually defining what the function is.
Well, function's mathematics, right? So you'd think you'd have to have like a whole mathematical realm to have a logical function at all. Like, does functions need logic to be defined as a function in the first place? Like, if a function doesn't have qualities, can it be a function?
Yeah. If it has a function, then it is a function, even if the elements within the function have no qualities. It still performs the function. Therefore, it is a function.
But doesn't a function have an input and an output?
In this case, it's itself.
So a function has to have difference in it, because if it has an input of itself and an output of itself, there's a difference between the input and output, even though after it goes to the function, it's still the same result. The function is saying that there's two things happening. So that means there has to be at least negation before logical function to define that function can be different from pure immediate indeterminacy.
I'm saying that this is the foundation of everything. Is this polarity of opposites, which is creating motion, which is creating change, which is creating time, which is creating matter, which is creating energy, which is creating everything.
So what's the difference between the function and the zero then? Because the zero is a one thing.
It's the same thing. It's just the we have to have we're like not in the realm of prior to language. So discuss the thing which is prior to language. We must use language. And the zero is the best symbol because we're using it from nature. And through contemplating it in nature, we can understand its spiritual nature, which then we can reflect back to about its creative principle prior to a seed of being.
So then does contemplated zero lead back to the logical function, or does it lead back to the zero, or does it lead back to pure being?
The contemplated zero leads back to the logical function, which is the same thing as the logical zero, which is the same thing as pure being.
That's right. But now do you see what's happening is you're getting into abstract identity, which is this guy over here. Which is it's all just one thing. That's there's no distinguishing, there's no order, it's returning back to indeterminacy. Right? Because if we just say all these terms mean the exact same thing, then you don't know anything. Except that they're somehow categorized between these distinctions of logic.
I didn't say they don't mean the exact same thing. They correspond to each other.
Okay, so then what's the difference between? You're saying what is the same, but what is different between them? So if this is a process, if a function is a process, then that means the logical zero is not a process. Because if they're both processes and they're both the same thing, then they're exactly the same thing, which means there's no difference.
You don't need multiple terms. I agree. You're the one that created multiple terms.
Yeah, but you're still using function to define the zero in some way.
Zero is a function. It's not a quantity. That's why I brought.
But that's the thing is, if you're using a term to define another term, that means the term you're using to define it is more foundational.
But the zero is a function and not a quantity. And the fact that everyone has got it wrong doesn't mean that I need to change my.
What if it's more like this? What if zero is a quantity that generates a function that turns into the number set?
Show me in which reality nothing exists, or that there are zero apples, or that there are zero of anything. You cannot. The only thing you can do is say that there is only 0.00 whatever percent of the object in which if we're going to be honest, everything exists everywhere, including any form you might be able to name, because that form is just merely an organization of particles in a certain structure. So that form exists across all dimensions everywhere all the time. So there's no such thing as nothing. There is a percentage in which something corresponds to everything else. But everything corresponds to everything all together. So yeah, I mean, we don't need. I was trying to explain to you how the contemplated zero connects back to the logical zero, which I also described as being. So that's the reason why I described all that, and that's the reason why I said it was a function, because it's not a quantity. It's not like there's nothing there. There's a lot there. There's infinity there.
Where's the infinity?
Infinity in a perfect balance, which if you added it all up, would be nothing. But you don't understand that.
No, I'm telling you, no, don't. Hey, don't patronize me. I understand it better than you do. What I'm doing right now is I'm teasing out that you don't understand yourself. Here's how you describe what you're saying. First of all, it's pure being, and when you have contemplated zero is not contemplated zero. Contemplated zero is actually pure contemplation on the divine idea. The divine idea is completed being, which goes back to pure being as the generator function of all qualities that then turns into the genuine infinite, that then turns into the pure zero, because it's the repeating of the indifferent quality to itself. And then that pure being in the quantitative mode as indifferent quality is what generates the number set and amount. And that turns into measure, which then turns into essence. Okay.
Do you really want me to follow you, or are you throwing out as much as you can?
What I'm saying to you is that all the terms. Hey, oh no, I'm showing you something. I'm not expecting you to follow me right now. I'm showing you that all the terms that are fragmented right now.
I'm not. If you don't expect me to follow you, then why should I listen?
Because all the terms that you used for the past half an hour, 45 minutes.
If you don't want me to follow you, then why should I listen? Mark?
Because I'm not trying to get you to understand me right now. What I'm trying to show you is that I'm trying to show you that the form that you're using of dialogue.
Everything that I've done was trying to get you to understand me. But yours now just gonna spout off a bunch of shit, and you say that you don't actually care if I understand you.
No. What? Let me finish the thought here.
And you want me to try to follow you and understand you?
Yeah, you're gonna follow me eventually, but for right now, I'm addressing that you said something to me, and I'm addressing what you said to me, which is responding to your action that you're gonna deny in a second potentially. You said, Mark, you don't understand the zero and the infinity. You told me something that I don't know.
Mark, don't forget. Look at your ego. It's all flared up.
No. What I'm trying to say.
I said that you don't understand something. Look at you. You're attacking me.
Yeah, I'm saying you're patronizing me. So I'm saying, well, hold on. So let's put this little brakes on this. Is why did you say that in the first place? Like, why did you think I didn't understand the infinity and the zero? Just because I'm asking you a bunch of questions?
I don't know. If I said that, I apologize, because I think that you do understand.
Okay. Okay, well, why did you say it? The question though is why did you say it?
I'm wondering if I did or if you misheard me or something.
Well, I recorded it so we can go back and get it if you really want me to.
If you want to.
Huh?
But if you want to, but I'm just telling you, like, I do think that you can I think there's not all the concepts I have are specifically designed to be easy to understand. You can understand way beyond anything that I would ever want to have to like explain to somebody. Like,
No, you can get. Don't say that because then it turns into a psychophantism kind of thing. I don't want to end up being the leader by myself. It's boring and it's
whoa,
lonely.
that's not it. That's not it.
Okay.
I'm just recognizing your brilliance. That's all. But there is a brilliance in trying to simplify things to be able to express the most universally too. I accept my own brilliance in that. But in me perfecting that craft doesn't mean that the most intelligent person like is going to be able to gravitate towards that or it's going to make the most sense to them. It's just like I'm just trying to find the most universally accessible language. So I would never say that you wouldn't understand what I'm
Well, you
trying
did
to
though,
say.
but that's the interesting thing in the form, right? Is if you like what I'm trying to pin down here is I think that in your childhood, your parents or somebody repeated that to you a lot, and then it just came out in a moment of just habit,
Repeated what to me?
saying that you don't understand. Like
No.
a mother or a parent or somebody might have kept saying to you, "Well, you don't get it. You just don't understand. You don't, you know." And if somebody says it to you enough when you're a kid, when you're getting raised, you know, in some sense, you internalize it, and then you reflect it onto other people as a power structure of overcompensating for the marginalization that your caregivers were doing to you.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite. My dad was actually like an egomaniac. Thought he was smarter than Einstein.
He thought you were smarter than Einstein?
Thought he was smarter
Yeah,
than
I know.
Einstein.
So if he thought he was smarter than Einstein,
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Don't be assuming anything. He told me I would change the world.
okay,
He thought the world of me.
okay.
He believed in me more than anybody. Like when he died, that fucked me up because that was the person that believed in me more than anybody else on this entire planet.
So what about your mom though?
What were there issues in my? Yes, actually, I probably was abused psychologically, and frankly, continue to be. But that has nothing to do with any of this. It's not.
Well, it explains why you projected it onto me, right?
No, that's not what that was.
So what was it?
I'm telling you, that's not what that was. And I've already told you how much I highly revere and respect you.
Yeah, but that's not the interesting part is despite there's an internal contradiction in you right now, right? It's like you know that, and I appreciate you saying that, which is why we're having this conversation because you're great too. If you're recognizing greatness in me, that means there is actual your dad was right, there is greatness in you, and I'm recognizing that too. But then why would you have a contradictory behavior of that? And if you don't believe it happened, we should probably go back and listen to it because I don't want you to think I'm gaslighting you.
Let's go back and listen to it.
Okay, let's go back and listen to it. So
Can we? No, let's listen to it right. Like, put it on that screen. Let's look at it.
okay, hold on. It has to
But,
it has to process for like 40 seconds or something. Hold
all right,
on.
well, good. I'm gonna take a break. Now I'm gonna take a leak.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay. by itself, identity, which is this guy, or qualities, is what generates the number set and
in a perfect balance, which if you added it all up, you don't understand that.
Okay, I got it here. I found it.
Yeah, I see that. I said you don't understand that when you add it all. I don't believe that though. What happens now?
What do you mean? Do you want to hear it then?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Then I want to ask, whenever I tell you now, that's not what I think. Then what?
well, that's when you said it. I'm like, does he mean that? Like, I don't know if he actually means that, but
No.
it has been, think about it too, right? It is getting late for me. I've been talking for 5 hours because the meeting started at 7, and I'm on day 130 of a hunger strike. So let me try and play this. How do I play this on the screen? How do I do this? Let's do this then. Okay, hold on. Can you hear this? Oh no.
Oh no.
It's too quiet to do that like that. I actually don't. I have to upload it to like Google. It won't play sound unless like Google only plays sound in the Chrome tab. To share audio, share a tab instead. Hold on. What's that?
Isn't that important anyways?
Yeah, it is, because this is the second time you've kind of sort of thought we were gaslighting you. It's an important thing. Like I'm thinking that it's going to trace down the psychosis or something.
You think that I'm gaslighting you?
No. I think I think that you think that I'm gaslighting you.
No,
right.
I don't think that at all.
And then play the sound. Hold on. Okay, so this might make it hearable for you. Okay, hold on. Okay, you can hear me on the other one. Okay, let's do this. Okay, tell me if you can hear this.
I hear your song.
Okay, can you hear that? It's really quiet for some reason. Can you hear it? Okay, did you hear it? Why are you playing a guitar right now? I'm trying to hear this. Hold on. I'm just gonna upload. It's only 5 megabytes. I'll upload and I'll put then I can stream it on the tab. Contemplated zero. Okay, good. Okay, so now it's uploaded. It should actually work in a tab. So let's do this. All right. Okay. Damn it. You're saying what is the same, but what is different is this guy over here. Which is okay, can you hear that?
What are we doing, guys? Come on now.
Okay, here, let's play it.
So that formula exists across all dimensions. There's no such thing as nothing. There's a percentage of which something corresponds to. If everything corresponds to it. Dude, I can't hear this shit. I can't hear this shit. Yeah, I'm trying. You don't need.
Like, what can you hear anything at all that you're saying?
Not really, man.
Okay,
Like,
go here. Go to minute 32 and a half. It's around minute 33.
Okay, all right.
But go there and listen to it for yourself.
Okay. Oh, weird. Wait. That was a folder that did not. Lucid Chizzy Part 3?
Yeah.
It's gotta be it. Okay. Go to. How far in it did you say?
32 and a half minutes, roughly.
30 minutes.
It's around 33 that it happens, yeah.
I'll start at 31:40. That'll be good.
Sure.
That's fucking weird. I can't hear shit. I'm trying to play it online, so I gotta download it.
Yeah, try and download it. See if you can turn it up. Because for some reason the recording thing makes it quiet, but it's audible. It's discernible. Because I don't have a lot of memory on my computer, I choose a lower recording rate.
Oh shit. Okay. So there is no way to turn it up. No, no, no. This is the worst recording in all of history.
Oh my God, the subconscious. I'm not gonna let your subconscious get out of this.
History, dude.
We're gonna hear this because it's bizarre.
My God.
It's bizarre.
No, dude, I turned everything up to maximum, and I still could not hear anything.
I can hear it.
So, like, we can't do that. It's not gonna help us.
The divine idea. Yeah, it is, because this is a bizarre metaphysical thing.
What even is your point?
My point is that I'm not gaslighting you. You actually did say, "Hey, you don't understand," and it's a bizarre thing.
I already heard that. I already heard the one time, and then I was like, okay, but like,
you heard it already?
It's not I mean that. I don't really think that about you. And then I explained what I really did think about you. And what are you doing? We're sifting through these recordings that we can't hear to go back to prove that I said it when I already acknowledged that I did say it.
Oh, you did acknowledge it. You did say it. I thought you said you didn't believe you said that.
No.
You do believe
you
said
that. I acknowledged that I said it, and that
okay.
That's not really what I meant.
No, I thought we were still in contention because you said, "Well, I don't know if I said it," and I said, "Well, listen. Do you want to listen to the recording?" You're like, "Yeah, let's listen to the recording."
You somehow pulled the recording up like instantaneously, and it was audible. And I agreed that I said it, but then I was like,
okay,
that's not really what I really think. And then I explained what I thought.
Okay, so you already heard it. Okay, okay.
It's like what I think, but maybe in that moment I was thinking the only reason I would be even explaining this is if you didn't understand this, right? So there may have been, like, if it comes from a place, it comes from that place. It's like either you already understand this and I don't need to explain it, or you do understand it. Wait, or you don't understand it.
Yeah.
I do need to listen.
That's right. So I'm trying to do a Socratic method to tease out where exactly the fragmentation is, because as soon as I tell you the answers, right, then you can just start adapting in that mercurial way, and you're not really clear on determinately where you moved from where you were to where you are now. And it kind of stays in that nebulous space of indeterminacy where it doesn't feel like anything's ever changing. You're always stuck in, well, everything's just becoming everything else, but everything is the same. But the hard part is to determine what is different in the sameness. That's why when you become enlightened, a lot of the gurus just sit there and don't say anything because they don't know how to communicate it. And that's why they take the secret with them, even if they have it. So for the first time, that's the hard thing Hegel did, is he sorted out everything. And he did it without losing that mystical, what's called particular universality. So the thing that you're talking about in terms of reflection turning into correspondence, turning to pure being, turning into pure zero, turning to contemplated zero, turning back into pure being, that's the circle of particular universals. And a particular universal is still universal, but they turn into each other when you rotate the circle, which is what you're struggling with. And there's a reflected form of that, and there's an immanent form of that, where it's reflected into itself. But a reflection into itself is not reflection formally. It's actually abstract negation. Abstract negation, when being concretizes itself into essence, is what reflection is. It's a higher form of abstract negation in the realm of logic. But reflection in the realm of nature is actually natural law in its immediacy. In the immediacy of the reflection of the divine idea, which is completed being, is what nature is as a giant reflection. But then the reflection reflected into itself is what spirit is as consciousness, which is, as you rightly say, a reflection back into the right immanent determinations of being, or the abstract negation reflecting itself. And that's why you recognize it in nature. You recognize, you're taking what is already the cognition of God's reflection into your reflection. And that's why your will and God's will align when you become enlightened, is because the conditions of God's cognition, it becomes your cognition explicitly as reflection from the immediacy of the soul, which is your direct connection to the natural laws, which is a direct connection back to the metaphysical laws. So you're saying that all in a very roundabout way, but you're turning all the categories into each other and you're losing the determinacy. They're blending back together. So the hard part is keeping them distinct while they're all the same thing. So, and then the infinities that you're talking about, yeah, there's two types of infinities. Actually, there's more than two types of infinities.
I know there is, but like when you apply the word pure to a thing, then I just apply it to infinity. That's why I'm talking about infinities.
Well, there's two types of infinities, but those two types of qualitative infinities repeat themselves in quantity in every other thing, measure and essence, and they just keep repeating once the qualitative forms are generated. So there's actually technically an infinite amount of infinities, but you have to get them in the right order to know what is repeating what in the formal order, because without the formality, you don't know any forms. And that's why you're saying that in your original Tribe of Truth, that form was a key word, but the forms turn into each other. And the formless is what indeterminacy is pure being. It's the formless form in all forms. But form as a formal...
Well, forms is what I'm trying to get at. I think the form of forms is like, that's what truth is to me. That's what correspondence is. Like form equal form.
Well, correspondence is a form of pure being. Formless form, the form of all forms, is what pure being is. And it develops itself into the form of the quantitative pure being, which is zero. And then the action of pure being turns into...
I would say a 1 on the 0.
Huh?
Like if pure being is the form of all forms, and then it produces a form, and you're calling that the 0. I'm saying that that's a 1 on the 0. It's a scene.
Well, hold on. You're close, but the 1 actually comes right before pure being turns itself into quantity as pure 0. So the 1 is actually formally not a quantity. It is a qualitative 1, which we call independence. So it's not a numerical 1. It is what Pythagoras and all those guys meant.
Oh, now you get to change the fucking quantitative 1 into a...
That's right. I think Hegel... Well, Hegel's saying that this qualitative 1... Well, let's not call it 1 then. Let's call it independence. So it's actually called being for self. So being for self is an immediate independence, and that immediate independence negates itself into plurality. So that's how you really talk about it. But those moments repeated in the moment of quantity is what we call formally the 1. So if you want to get technical, those are the terms you should really use. But Hegel calls it the 1 and the many for the conventions, I think, of trying to get those guys to understand.
Forms of all words, regardless of how they're used in culture. Technically, that's what I should be doing.
Doing what?
Using the universal form of all words, regardless of how they're used in culture. Just like I use the number 0 to represent everything, rather than the number 0 to represent nothing. Like, it doesn't matter how people use words if they're using them properly. They need to be like revised and used in the right way.
That's right. The right way is the universal logical way, which means that they're all universals. There's a bunch of words that look normal, but they're actually universals, and there's roughly 80 of them. And these 80 universals repeat themselves in nature and in spirit, but we call them different words in those realms. So those words, when they're not understood in their metaphysical nature, which is what you're saying is underpinning them, which is true, then you make a whole bunch of extra non-essential additions or subtractions. And those extra additions or subtractions is what ruins the essence, the pure, perfect understanding of what they actually metaphysically represent. So that's why you have to be clear. The clearer you are in the universals, like you're trying to do right now, then the clearer you're going to get on everything else.
So, all right, I showed you the no demonization charter, just a little bit a summary of that. I think that's very important to keep in mind. There's another thing I think that's very important to keep in mind with this, and it is the proof that the universe is perfect. We need to go before the court of the cosmos and make the case to the universe why the universe is perfect and that there can be no flaw in anything that has ever happened. This is the thing that people do not understand, and this is the thing which is generating shame within people, which is not allowing them to heal. Along with people like capturing, categorizing, and then regurgitating old shadows back into reality when they're like a thing of the past type of thing. Like we need to be able to let people let things go, but also be anchored to a very solid framework to understand why the universe is the way that it is and our place within it in relationship to that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like the idea that the universe is perfect is related to the idea that there should be no demonization. Like I'm not making up that there shouldn't be no demonization and that when we demonize others, we transform ourselves into demons. That's true. So, you know what I mean? And then that's related to the fact that the universe is a perfect system. If we don't understand that it's a perfect system, then we're going to demonize various things because we're going to blame them for whatever's going on. But if we understand that the universe is perfect, then we're set up to figure out why something is the way that it is so that we can solve it, knowing the goodness of the universe. I think this is the problem. I think a lot of people don't think the universe is good. They don't think the truth is good, and they don't think that people are good. So if we don't change that, then like, what do we do? You know?
Okay, why did you feel like you had to mention that right now?
I I feel like these are just things that will be beneficial to what we both want to achieve regardless, and I feel like we're flirting with those boundaries like a lot. It feels like we're still open to demonization in this group.
Why do you
We're
feel
still
that way?
open to casting shadows on various groups of
Why do you feel that way?
people. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. It's not a. It's not like you're holding up high for everyone to see. It's it's hidden somewhere. There is something which you do hold to be shamed. Am I wrong?
That's a pretty vulnerable statement. Now we're getting meta. For me, when you said that, I think you're saying this because of the comment, right? I think your lesser nature came out, and then I saw it, and then you saw my lesser nature, which is I got frustrated because it's 11:42 p.m. and I was supposed to make these blessings, and so I can eat in a couple of days, and I'm not sure if you're gonna stick with
Now
me.
I'm wasting your time.
What's that?
Now I'm wasting your time, and it's upsetting me.
Well, it depends, right? It's shaky ground. So I'm like, damn. I'm just thinking, if he doesn't think I understand that, then, we still have longer than I thought. But that's why I was checking to say, okay, I'm going to put, if that was a subconscious uh, thing, then I was going to address that directly by saying, you're right, it's about setting boundaries. And so when you're raising children, if the kid's bad behavior, like there's an animal side to all of us, and kids can get into that, and parents have to, Hegel says parents have to be the shaper and authority and the universal to make sure that that side of the kid doesn't become the dominant side, because then your kid becomes spoiled. They become a tyrant. They don't learn limits. They don't even know how to control themselves. Never mind be interdependent with other people. And then your kid ends up having all these narcissistic tendencies and maladaptive strategies and all this type of stuff. So I thought, okay, if that's being projected onto me when I'm being really patient with you, right? This is my strong zone, and this is one of your strong zones, but I really did put 4,000 hours into a torturous version of this to purify my mind. And you stuck more to the sort of safe kind, right? The more sensuously satisfying hermetic, the hermeticism, and that stuff is easier to sell, at least to 5% of the world's population. So when that was coming out, I thought I better address this, because I'm trying to lead you down a path where you can
Look, I'll say
voluntarily
this.
agree.
My spiritual journey started when my father passed away. It wasn't an easy. None of this was easy for me. So
But your
I
mind,
don't
and
like
I agree with you. In a moment of pain,
my experience as I ran across a hermetic text one day. It's not how it went, and you don't know how it went. So you need to stop assuming.
well,
No,
you're right, maybe, but I'm assuming from what I've heard
but
that,
you've heard that I have absorbed some things from various places, which of course I have. I would be stupid not to. We have had like a wealth of brilliant people before us that have like shown us the way.
yeah, but
And
when the main thing that I'm talking about here is it's easier for the mind, even if it's breaking through and realizing the illusory appearance of all sensuous things, it's still easier for the mind to attach to sensuous determinations. And so when I first met you, you're making all these diagrams, and very, very sensuous compared to where we need to get to go. And where we're going is the zero, and we're getting to all these real universals now. But before, it was very
You don't think that the cycle
sensuous.
of the day is universal, though? I mean, like, the reason that I chose that was because everyone could relate to it.
Because it's easier.
Everyone knows what noon is.
Yeah, it's easier,
And
right? But when I
the
asked you to,
symbol of what noon is opposite of the symbol of what midnight is. Like, we can experience that individually without anybody else. There's a lot of information in that. It's not stupid. It's very powerful, the two opposites. And then we talk about like the synergy of the two. That's powerful in and of itself in an entirely different way. We love the sunrise. We love the sunset. It's beautiful, right? And then there's everything in between, and we can derive more and more and more and more meaning. We can know the Hebrew letters of the tarot, or like the musical notes, or the astrological symbols, or I could go the Fibonacci numbers. I could go on and on about the things that correspond to our reality and what it's trying to communicate to us, because it's infinite. It's like a bouquet of flowers that just keeps like expanding and blooming and growing. Just how much do you care? So I don't understand where we're getting out of line.
I was just about to tell you when I asked you in the beginning if you can separate the sensuous determinations for the super sensuous or the metaphysical, that's where you're having issues, right? And I'm saying it's easier for the mind to stick to the sensuous determinations, even when you're trying to explain purely metaphysical ones. It's just easier for the mind to do that in the beginning. So
it's the route end. Well, what that is not a problem. It's the route in to the majority of people is through the sensuous. Use the sensuous to describe the metaphysical. So we're talking about the truth which corresponds to reality.
yeah, but that's not my point. I agree with you. It's easier for them to do that at first. My point is that we're moving past that,
Yeah.
And I said, can you do the purely supersensuous? And from my perspective now, it's like you can't. At least not yet, right? And that's where we're getting to with the zero and the being. We're purifying pure universals. And they're merging and they're unmerging, then you're mixing them. Some of the categories you're putting in spirit are actually still supposed to be in logic, and you're still kind of
You see how
mixing them
you
up.
invited me into a conversation to discover my thoughts,
Yeah.
and then as you discovered the thoughts and I was able to figure out how I wanted to order them, you then weaponized the fact that I took a second to figure out how I wanted to order them to then imply that I just don't even know what I'm talking about at all.
No, this is the thing. This is the thing. Either I'm projecting that on you as a weapon to oppress you and subjugate you and have power over you. Or it might be true that you actually don't know fully what you're talking about. And we're just seeing you as you actually are.
Do you understand that this was the first time I was to try and put my thoughts into your categories, which I asked you to define, and you would not define?
But this is the thing.
Had I been given a definition from you, it would have been a lot easier to figure out.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, right?
I enjoyed the game of trying to figure out how they fit into the categories as I figure out the categories themselves, which should not then be weaponized against me to try and imply that I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm trying to figure it out while you're giving me these variables that I have to figure out.
What's happening right now is a really sophisticated form of power struggle, right?
Okay.
And what's happening right now is I don't want to tell you the answer because what's happening, and it's happening repeatedly, is that you're slipping in and out of where you actually, where's your reality? Where's reality at all? And as soon as you learn a piece of information, you incorporate it. And then you forget where it came from, and it always feels like you were there. So the slippage of the categories is happening in our conversation. And I want to get clear on what do I know and what do you know? And we're creating a benchmark to say this is the new measure of where we actually are in reality. Do you know what spirit is in the absolute way? Do you know what being is? Do you know what these categories are? Because as you hang around me, you're going to absorb them through osmosis. And if hundreds of hours goes by, you're going to forget where you originally were. And you're going to say, well, no, I always thought that pure being was immediate indeterminacy. I always thought these things. And then it turns into, oh, we were always equal. And it's like in the indeterminate sense, that was always true because we're one. Implicitly. But explicitly in our time-space conditions right now, there is a difference. And that difference I'm trying to say is it's going to lead us in a direction. And I want us to go in this direction so that you'll listen to me and I'll listen to you. But we won't do it in the slow way. We'll do it in the fast way because we have a couple-month deadline to meet here. And if it goes wrong, what ends up happening is you end up empowering somebody. So they get the power, but they don't have the mature power. So then they end up misusing it. And then if you get underneath them, then it really slows things down. And then it does turn into the opposite of what you want. And then you actually turn into the opposite of what you want too. Because the path to hell is paved with good intentions if we really don't master this process. And it's like this. Here's an example of it. It's like...
The hell is paved in demonization.
Huh?
There's no other way. The path to hell is paved in demonization. It is not paved in good intentions. It's paved in demonization. The end. Good intentions are good intentions, and they will be recognized as such, because that's true of those people. But demonization is an intention which is not good, and it will produce bad, of course.
Well, you're saying the truth there. I agree, but the other side is also true. They're not exactly correlated. So, for example,
I don't think the path to hell is actually paved in good intentions. I think it's paved in bad.
Okay, well,
I think cowards pave the way to hell because they're too afraid to actually stand up for what's true.
Well, that's one side of it. But here, let me give you an example. So, when colonists went to go to India, or even Bill Gates,
You've already started with colon. Okay, keep going.
To go start, fixing their food supply to feed the hungry. They created monocrops. And they thought, great, let's just plant a bunch of corn and let's just plant a bunch of stuff because it's cheap and it's fast. We could feed these people quickly. Great intention. They meant well. They actually did want to feed people. But what ended up happening is because they didn't know the culture and the ecology there, they ended up destroying the ecosystem, and all these plants ended up turning out not the way they wanted, and they ended up producing less food, and a lot of this homogeneous nutrition that didn't actually heal people. It caused a collapse.
I don't think they have good intentions. I just don't. No.
Okay, let's create another example. Let's see if ChatGPT can think of a bunch. What are some good examples of the path to hell being paved with good intentions?
Now, there's always a fundamental flaw. Like, do you go far enough back? There's always a fundamental
Okay,
flaw.
here's one. So the prohibition in the United States. So they wanted to eliminate alcohol to reduce crime, domestic abuse, and societal decay. The outcome, it created a massive black market, empowered organized crime like Al Capone, and caused more lawlessness. So the lesson, overly idealistic policy without consideration of human behaviors can backfire.
Not good intentions.
Okay, what's the bad intention?
Limiting somebody's freedom is not good intentions.
What's that?
Limiting somebody's freedom is not good intentions.
Okay, well, what about a serial killer? What if somebody's going around wanting to kill people? You don't think you should limit their freedoms to kill people?
Yeah, so murdering people, that's you can't do that.
So you're gonna limit them, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna limit their ability to murder people.
Okay, so eliminating alcohol to reduce crime. So if alcohol led to more killing, you wouldn't reduce their freedom to do that.
If alcohol led to more killing,
Yeah, or crime, but killing is crime. So
let me put it to you this way: if somebody is going around killing other people, then it is justified to kill that person. Okay? That does not need to be in the hands of anybody. Like, if someone is coming at you and trying to kill you, you should kill them. Kill the person trying to kill you.
So what if alcohol increases those kinds of occurrences? What if it increases people wanting to kill each other?
Then they should kill each other. They're stupid.
So what if a woman is in a relationship with an alcoholic man, and the man has the power to kill her, but she doesn't have the power to kill him?
She should leave long before it gets to that point.
Okay, or what if we just eliminated the alcoholism?
And how we're gonna do that?
Well, trying to stop alcoholic consumption through the elimination of alcohol.
Oh, we're gonna have a police state.
Well, we have a government, and the government is what creates law, property.
AI
Huh?
to control us. You know what I mean?
Well, do you think property law and law in general is all bad?
I think that if it can't reconcile the question, can you own that which you did not create, then it's probably fundamentally flawed.
Yeah, but do you believe in law, though?
I believe in the law of the universe.
So what about government law, though?
If government law says that it's good to do evil and evil to do good, then no, I don't care what government law says.
Well, what about good law?
The law that like aligns with the universe?
Sure.
What do you mean? What is the good law? Yeah, is there like laws that like like reinforce truth and life?
Sure.
Yeah, those are good laws.
Okay,
Those are the
does it
laws.
reinforce truth in life to try and prevent alcoholic consumption, to reduce domestic violence, social decay, and reducing crime like serial killing?
Yeah, if you actually have the metrics on it, and you can prove that that's the case, and you're not just using it to manipulate the public and then enslave the lower class through poverty and getting them like these cycles of addiction and habit and then exploiting that for money to like keep feeding the state, keep feeding the county police or whatever the fuck the thing is, then yeah, use real numbers from real data from real reality and then actually solve the problem. If what you're doing does not solve the problem, then don't do it. It's really not complicated. If what you're doing is solving the problem, then you should do that more. You should do it until the problem ceases to exist, because that's also possible. We're not trying to do that. We're trying to create and then exploit problems. That's the Megacrisis.
What about creating laws against pedophilia?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. If it's literally what we don't want to do is like become over encumbersome on the public. But what we do is want to like create a safety net that the public agrees upon, and the public should have a say in that directly. If the let's say the public thinks that like maybe 21 is a better age rather than 18 or something to be considered an adult and to consent, then let the public decide. Like I don't really know.
That's right. So
And
when you let the public decide, though, it could be rule of the mob or wisdom of the crowd. But the path to hell is pay with good intentions happens very often. Same with residential schools for indigenous children. A lot of Christian people
no,
thought they were doing right, but they were actually doing a lot of
you
harm.
no.
And
Christians have been given wrong information from the very beginning. Of course, they're always going to make the wrong decision. They don't even know that God is truth. They think
but
God is a
doesn't
man that
matter.
was
The
murdered.
the point is though
Not true.
they had good intentions is the
No, they
issue.
didn't.
Okay, let's
Because
go.
their
Okay,
intentions
whatever. Go on to Vietnam then. Does Vietnam have good intentions? The war in Vietnam?
what? No.
Okay, what about the war on drugs?
No, the war on drugs also did not have good intentions. Did you not know what the war on drugs was? The war on fucking black and brown people, dude.
Okay, what about DDT pesticide use?
No, it also did not have
What
good
about social
intentions.
media platforms?
All good intentions. Every
What about social media platforms?
No, they also didn't have good intentions. They knew what they were doing was going to create narcissists, and the people that created these like companies told their children not to get on them because they knew what they had created.
What about a mother that gives her kid candy before noon?
No, that's not a good idea. That's not good intentions.
Okay, what about foreign aid programs?
Foreign aid programs are great. What are we talking about? Like trying to give to others?
Yeah, like the World Food Program.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, well, what if the World Food Program undermines the economies and actually enslaves the countries in unfair trade laws? So instead of fixing the trade laws, they do these foreign aid programs that don't fix the root of the problem. It actually, in the end, causes them to be more dependent on rich countries.
That's a good point.
So is that an
Yeah,
example of is that an example of, good intentions paving the path to hell?
No, that's not good intentions. Again, that's bad intentions cloaked in good intentions, which is happening all the time.
So then the World Food Program is a bad intentioned.
In that scenario, the way you just described, yeah.
Well, they're not trying to create dependency. That was an accidental outcome that came after like 30
So
years.
that might be intentional. That might actually be part of the real, actual reason for it. That happens all the time.
Yeah, so they intended good. It's just that good didn't actually come from it.
No,
So
they
bad.
too good. They intended to intend to look good. That's what I'm trying to say. Like there's a lot of intending to look good, while having interior motives, which are secret, which are not necessarily good. And I think that's what's happening most of the time.
Okay, here, let's try this one then. What about banning plastic bags? What about reducing plastic pollution?
Um, I mean, it seems like, well, I mean, it's like if you ban plastic bags, then you're gonna have to like cut down more trees or something, right? But at the same time, it could encourage people to like actually just get the damn like one bag, like at Aldi's, and then you just use the same bag every time. Like if there's just a little bit of resistance, people can be like, "Oh yeah, that's not a big deal." And they can adapt pretty quickly. But if there's no resistance at all, and you have just infinity plastic bags and infinity paper bags, and you seem like it doesn't. It seems like it doesn't matter. So you just use as many bags as you want. So banning plastic bags is probably not a bad idea.
Well, it had the unintended effect when they did that. That's what they thought. Good intentions, right? But what ended up happening is people used cotton and paper bags, which worsened environmental impacts because a lot of people don't end up reusing those ones. So it's a higher cost, and the reuse doesn't help because they're not reusing them.
Yeah, if they're not forcing them, then you defeated the purpose, and you should go back to plastic bags.
So yeah, that's an example of actual good intentions causing bad outcomes.
No, that's stupidity.
Well, that's the point. That's the point. That's the whole point of the saying, is that it's actually ignorance that causes this. It's not like you're trying to do bad. It's that we don't understand the nature of reality, and so it twists us into our opposites dialectically. And it happens in almost every case, especially if you're not demonizing people and you're saying, hey, they actually don't have bad intentions. They're just ignorant. And that's actually what evil is really not that it actually exists. Evil doesn't have veritable being. Evil is just an ignorance of true being. So it's an illusion. But it's a real illusion in the created world because the created world is illusory. So it seems real to us, but it's actually not. So do you still agree that you're still, do you still agree with your previous position that you don't think that the path to hell can be paved with good intentions?
Yeah, no, absolutely no. Good intentions will always lead to the truth, and then the truth will always lead to everything else.
Is there absolutely nothing that you've done that you meant to do good, and then just out of forgetting something, it just turned into the wrong thing?
Yeah. I've made mistakes in my life. So what you're saying?
Well, yeah, like you went to go do something good, yeah, and it turned out to be a mistake.
Okay, look. So this was the other thing. So it was like the no demonization charter, and it was the proclamation that the universe is perfect. This is fundamentally important. Like literally, yeah, I have made mistakes, but it was still all perfect.
Yeah, I know, but that's not the point. We're not trying to prove you're a demon. We're trying to say you and your non-demonic self, your good self, went into the world with limited knowledge, and it went out to go and do good things in the world.
But my point is that like me being ignorant and having good intentions is always producing something good and perfect, even when it's not perfect. That's because it's a part of the process of perfection. There's no way around.
Exactly. So that's the point of the sentence, right? Let's say you went to go buy a birthday cake for somebody and you thought you knew what kind of cake they loved. So you bought them carrot cake and then you show up to the party, surprise them with the cake, and they're like, "Oh damn, my least favorite cake is carrot cake. I actually like ice cream cake or vegan ice cream cake." You know, there's a bad outcome there, but it wasn't, you know, in some sense they're in a kind of hellish situation, a mild version of hell, because their birthday was sort of ruined with a carrot cake, right, which they can't eat. So you had good intentions, but it had a hellish or bad result.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to help. Like it has to be the wrong intention over and over and over. You don't easily get into hell. That's the thing about this universe. You don't get into hell without fucking kicking the doorway. That's the fucked up thing about the situation. It's not easy to get into hell, and you have rightfully said that that's where we're headed.
That's right.
We're headed there because we're trying really hard to avoid the truth. We think
So good, exactly. Good intention. Right. Good intentions. We're trying to avoid hell. Huh?
But none of these things were good intentions that led us away. None of them were good intentions. We have cloaked them in the concept of good intentions. But what we were doing is actually gaslighting people at a fucking cosmological scale through religion and all these other things. That's what's been going on. And that's what's leading us away. Nothing about reality, nothing about God, nothing about language, nothing about truth wants us to go into hell. We're doing it because we're playing word games with each other. We've been doing it for thousands of years.
Which is ignorance.
Yes, ignorance.
Exactly. So can that word game lead to hell?
The word game can lead to hell, but the word game is not made of good intentions. That's what you're.
So all language is evil and terrible.
No.
Okay.
A word game where I'm a competitor, me versus you, is different than a word where we understand that we're using the same framework and that we're coming into communion with the truth through language. So there's no combatants. There's a recognized king. There's a recognized truth. There's a recognized God. We're all in service to that. Then every word spoken is honoring that. And it is that, and that's just a remember. That's not a new thing that introduced. That's what every word is doing. And then every sentence, which is closer and closer to the truth, is more and more honoring of God. But the combatant element is the game of language. It's the game of the sophists, and it is what's destroying us, and it is what's leading us to hell. And it does not have good intentions. It never had good intentions. Its intentions were to gain the most power by saying the most fucking crazy lie. That's what its intentions were, and that's not good. That really has nothing to do with it. It's interesting, but it's terrifying to see it like get as far. I don't understand how this has happened, frankly, where it's been turned upside down. The greatest liar has the most power at the fucking cusp of the revolution of AI. No, we should have the greatest scientist, the greatest philosopher, like people that are the most universal steering this stuff. So, no, I don't know. I think good intentions lead to good places. And if you say that good intentions lead to hell, you're now muddying up people's concept of goodness, and then they don't just they begin to distrust themselves and the nature of their own goodness, because they begin to say, well, if I thought that was good, but that actually leads to hell, then maybe I'm not good, right? Which then where does that lead? Leads you back into the trap where you're asking for someone else to save yourself rather than trying to understand what the truth is so that you can be saved by God in this life. I put you to sleep.
No, I'm just realizing that every single conversation is gonna be a long one. Like I can see how I'm gonna like get down to an agreement on this. It's just gonna take a long time. Like I'm just trying to decide what I should do. Like, should I spend dozens of hours with you while I'm on the verge of death? Or should I go and make these blessings of people who are already on board with trying to do things?
Do the blessings. Do the blessings.
So, like just look up on ChatGPT. Like, in some sense, you do have a negative side to you, but you also have a positive side to you. right? So
Yeah.
I understand
true.
what you're saying, that you don't want to totally demonize somebody, but there is an ignorant side to humans. And here on ChatGPT, I asked it, how do you convince somebody who doesn't believe in the path to hell is paved with good intentions? And it says, well, it's not about necessarily just hell, it's about harm. And it says, harm can result from negligence, naivety, or misguided idealism, not just hatred. And if you're saying that, well, no, all good intentions have perfect knowing, and there's never any negligence or naivety or misguided idea. Every good intention has perfect knowledge, and therefore we know everything in the whole universe and metaphysics and universal logic and beyond with every good intention that we have. That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that every good intention will summon the perfect reflection of where it's at to receive precisely the lesson that it needs for it to evolve in exactly the way that God wants in every single moment. And it is perfect for that reason. That's what I'm saying.
But we're not saying whether it's perfect or not. You can say kinsura or kintsugi, which is, oh, the crack in the dish makes it perfectly imperfect. We're not saying that. We're saying that sometimes you have an intention to have an outcome that is genuinely good. You want the best for something. And because you didn't fully understand that system, it had an unintended consequence of harm. But you're saying that, no, every time you have a good intention, what you're doing is perfect. And it's going to work out perfectly because you have perfect knowledge of the systems and the people you're engaging with.
Just
huh?
It's called kintsugi, I think. And that's not what I'm saying necessarily either. It's that, like, the very facts that the process of the universe is going to give you, that you have a good intention, even if it's the wrong thing, you're going to learn what you need to learn, and you needed to learn it. And it was for good intention. It wasn't for bad intention. You didn't learn that you needed to, like, use a square whenever you're, like, building a home, right? Or whatever it is, like that's a very specific thing to something very constructive. That's different than figuring out, like, you didn't murder someone the best way. It's different. It's a different type of thing that you're learning. You did not have good intentions. You had bad intentions. You had good intentions when you were learning why you need to square things up and like your brain helps. But you didn't know, and then you learned, and then you changed. Like, that is the type of good intentions that I'm saying, where it's like you can try something and you can learn from it, and it will make things better.
Yeah,
now, there are other things which are bad intentions, which you can learn from as well. But those are not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I remember the contention is not whether you learn. Like, I guess a really simple example is you could be building a house with your dad, you know, totally innocent, good, and you want to take a hammer, and your intention is to hit the hammer, hit the nail on the head, to drive the nail into the board to create the house. But you hit your finger instead because you miscalculated how heavy the hammer was.
Yeah.
So you experienced harm. You harmed yourself with good intentions.
Yep.
Okay, so the path to hell.
The all of the good intentions far outweigh the tiny amount of damage.
But it's not about outweighing. It's that sometimes people can end up in a harmful position, even though they mean well.
But when you're done building the house, are you in hell compared to when you did not have a house, or are you in heaven compared to when you did not have a house? That's the difference.
Well, let's say you cut off your arms and you experience severe brain damage, and then you're in this house, but the house costs you all your physical pleasure, so you're completely uncomfortable in this house because you built it with all this ignorance. Then it would be a version of hell. You'd be in a nice house, but you'd be in hellish pain physically, so you couldn't enjoy the house. Like, you destroy
hell. Good for you, I guess. I don't know. That's not realistic.
But it happens. That's why we're in a mega crisis worldwide with World War III, climate change, AI, CRISPR. Like, all these things might have started with good intentions. In fact, they probably did.
did it start with good intentions when we made God a weapon?
Well, people don't look at it like a weapon. They're trying to protect their own people.
But when you say that there are people that are going to hell and then there are people that are chosen, like, don't you think that that's weaponized against the people that? Is that good intentions or is that bad intentions?
Well, I think it's good intentions too, because they're saying that they believe that they are the
You think it's good
godly
to tell
people.
children? You think it's good intentions to tell children that they're going to hell?
I'm saying that objectively, no, but in their mind, they think it's a good thing because they
Yeah,
are the
but
chosen ones. They're good, right? So if somebody's going against them, then that person is necessarily evil. Because if they're good and
but
they're,
if we can understand that's not good,
I know,
because it's
objectively,
not
I agree with you.
true.
Objectively, I
If
agree with
it's
you,
not
but
true, we can understand actually the root of where this comes from. We don't need to be confused. We can actually see exactly where it comes from. We should recognize it and say, oh, that's where it comes from. That fracture right there, it shouldn't exist. That's the one. We should stop that
exactly,
fracture.
but that
Let's
fracture,
end that.
but that
And if we
fracture,
can't do that, then what are we doing? We're just cowards. Because
well, that
that's what we have to
fracture
have.
exactly is ignorance, right? Because otherwise you would know coherence and you would heal it. So that fracture is making the point that all evil, well, not all evil, but evil comes from ignorance. Even when you don't think you're being evil, it's an ignorant of that crack that causes you to do things like kill children or weaponize God or all these types of things. To them, though, they're not weaponizing God. They're protecting their own people from evil. Do you see how,
But
do you see
listen,
how that can happen?
that was not a good intention. When someone did that, they knew what they were doing. They took a good thing, which is God, which cannot be fractured into these various evil, good, warring parts, and then they made a story to make it seem that that is the way it works, and it's not. That is not good intention. That is bad intention, and that leads to hell. And I will not say that good intention leads to hell. This is one of these things that we say to ourselves, which is just not true.
Okay, ignorance can lead to hell.
Yes.
Okay, there we
Yes.
go. My God.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're an extreme case, my friend. Very, very extreme. Um, so in a practical, like I want to keep empowering you, right? I want to keep empowering you, but I also want to be realistic. Because like if you it's like I'm clearly more skilled at the metaphysics thing just because of the training I've done, but not skilled enough to quickly educate you unless I just dominate you. I thought I could take like a voluntary route and just do a Socratic method and sort of kind of get down to, hey, you know, you need to place pure being this way and quantity needs to go over here. And even though there's a one in quality, it's the qualitative one. Then you're going to say, well, what about the qualitative zero? It's like, well, you could do that, but then you're mixing up pure being with pure quantity, whereas there's still an independence that makes sense with the one and the many, because that does lead to quantity. It's the last stage of quality that leads to quantity, whereas the zero is the start of like being that creates quality. You're going to start mincing thousands of combinations of these things. And I'm like, okay, should I just like go straight, like you said? Tell me your definition of spirit. But then when we do that, then we're getting into a power struggle later on when we do disagree, and then you're gonna abandon me. And I'm like, oh my God, he doesn't understand about it. Like, there's a lot of stuff here, and normally I like thinking about it. It's just that it's been 7 hours, and I've already been 2.5 days without food, so I'm starting to fade. And my reticulating my limbic animal brain is kicking in and doing a fight or flight response, and I'm fighting right now where it's like, okay, what do I do here? Because I'm predicting that this process might take, like, you know, it's not going to take forever. You know, it's not going to. The good news is that you're still the closest almost out of anybody. So that's the compliment I hope you're taking. But it's like, okay, maybe we need to re-strategize. What is the fastest way to address all the concerns that I just told you without undermining the current rate of progress that we're currently going at? And you know, I'm sitting here with like waning energy. That's the real problem here, is I'm just like fading. I still feel kind of okay though, because the frustration is keeping me somewhat awake. but I want to be realistic and invite you in and say, okay, what should we do in this situation? Like, I do just want to tell you the answer and just like here and then debate it on those grounds. But there's like this shifting, there's like, hey, I didn't say that. Like, there's a gaslighting thing here, which is going to undermine the trust later. So I'm like, okay, should, I'm sort of in a double bind in a certain way. And I'm like, okay,
Well, I will say this: I am content with learning about the truth in whatever phase it comes to me. I don't demand that it gives me more information. I'm pleased. I have a bouquet of flowers that have bloomed into the whole cosmos with my guitar, all colors, everything connected together. I'm fine. You don't want to tell me something that you got to say. Okay, you want to? Great. That would just it theoretically empower me as another person to defend the truth. And I think that we should all want that. I think we should all want to share everything that we have with everybody else simply for the fact that it empowers the truth within more and more people. And that's what I think we need. That's the only way we can defeat the Megacrisis. The Megacrisis is made of lies. So when we get people like caring about the truth, like we just see through the lies and we create whatever we have to in reflection of that, knowing that we have to use that reflection. We have to see it for what it is, and then we have to respond to it for what it is instead of pretending that it's something that it's not. We're not addressing our problems because we're pretending that all of our problems are shit that they're not. Once we see the problem for what it is, then we can actually like formulate a real plan. That plan may look revolutionary because we've been living in an illusion. So, but at least it will be something that has an actual hope of actually changing. But yeah, you share whatever you want. I've been sharing freely. Nothing that I share is me. I think that what we need is to remember. It's just forgotten. We've forgotten the importance of truth because the spectacle has grown so great. Just the noises, and the entertainment, and the drama, and the terror, and the rent payments, so on and so forth, just keep us in so many double binds that we just can't even. Our focus is destroyed, and therefore the truth has lost its power, and then we're easily manipulated.
yeah, that sounds ideal. It reminds me of a story. Like, there's a story of Jesus. He went into this town. He was there for a couple of days, and all the Gentiles, the lay people there, they kept coming up to him after he performed these first miracles. And they kept coming up to him saying, give us another miracle, give us another miracle. And they were very happy about it. But he got agitated and annoyed and sort of spoke harshly to them and then kind of felt bad about it. And then I think he did it, or he tried to teach them a lesson where he's like, no, I don't want to do these miracles. You need to look for the deeper essence or something. So I'm just trying to think here. Just trying to think here that we're still in good territory, but maybe I just need to sleep and then try again tomorrow, but then it might fade tomorrow. I think it's like we're definitely making progress, right? That's still a good thing. It's just like how how should I go about it now strategically?
I think. I mean, like our differences aren't that big. It's like we both are aiming towards the truth. I'm saying that the universe is. I'm saying like this is a foundational thing from my perspective. The reason I've come to all this began from like, okay, the universe is perfect. How will I understand what I've experienced? And then like that sort of led me to truth, and then that led me to being. Um, and by the fact that the universe is perfect, I also don't like the idea that good intentions can pave the way to hell. Like I just that's where we're different. It's not even it's something to contemplate about, but it's not like a world shattering. I mean, it kind of is. It's a total two totally different dimensions.
Well, not really,
One,
because like even my like I'm just capitulating because I just don't want to argue the point anymore, but I should keep staying because I know the truth. So what you're arguing is like ignorant intentions can lead to the path that can lead to hell. But that's not true. It's not like you know you're ignorant. It's not like, oh, I'm ignorant, therefore my good intention is ignorant and I'm going to do a bad thing. It's like you have a
think
good
about that.
intention that goes into a negativity because of the ignorance around it.
But the thing about that is like you can't stay in ignorance unless you choose to. Like you're gonna run into problems if you're ignorant. You're gonna run like it's gonna generate a bunch of problems that would not be there if you weren't ignorant. So you're running into these problems, and you should be like you're not ignorant of everything. So with what is in your realm of knowledge, you should know that you should be able to learn based upon experience and correct yourself.
Yeah, but correcting yourself doesn't preclude you from making a mistake because you don't know
But
everything.
you see how even ignorance doesn't lead to hell. Like there's nothing that leads to hell. You have to really try. You have to like really feel like I'm not gonna follow the truth.
Well, I don't
Very
think
hard.
so. I think there's tons of people who are sex trafficked that are in a version of hell right now. Right?
Yeah,
Like these young girls that get kidnapped off the street and then drugged and then forced across the border and then all of a sudden they just, they're just destroyed. So you're saying that their good intention of walking down the street to go home after school caused them to
yeah,
have this horrific
we have
experience
a
because
karma. We have a collective karma. So I can be good myself, but if I don't actually like spread that into the world, then I've not achieved anything. I must I must expand the truth and enlightenment and goodness out into the world. Because that's the nature of what that does. It shines like a light. And that begins to reverse the negative karma of our past. But until that's done, we just remain with whatever that karma is. And that will continue to infect and curse our children, like what you're describing, until we actually do the work to actually get back to baseline reality, the truth, which is good. That's what I think.
so with this kid
Lying to ourselves is producing this type of behavior.
so then the girl that got kidnapped, she just needs to do more karmic work out in the world so that she doesn't get kidnapped.
No. Why did you interpret it that way?
Because I said that her good intention of walking, she had a good intention.
No, you didn't hear what I said. So I'm saying that our collective bad intentions created a bunch of bad karma, which has created different types of people which would prey on someone like
Yeah, okay.
that.
But
If we did a lot of really good things that helped all these people solve all their problems, we wouldn't have people like that.
yeah, I agree
We'd
with
be
you, but that's
hoping.
not the point, right? The point is we exist in this world now, and this girl
But
was
the
walking down the street.
point is like, did good intentions lead us there, or did bad intentions lead us there? My point
Well,
is that
well, our bad intentions as a species led us here, but that little girl
correct
had good intentions to go from school to home.
and good for her.
Now,
She's
she,
that doesn't negate our collective bad intentions.
no, it doesn't, but she didn't know that there was a kidnapper on the way home. So
So
her
should
good,
she not have good intentions? anymore because of the one time when the kidnapper found her and then like molested her. So she should negate her good intentions because our bad intentions collectively built up that then led to that person thinking that they should do that. And so now she should now subtract her own good intentions.
No, I'm saying that she.
Flame going out.
I'm saying that she probably shouldn't have been walking home alone. Her parents probably should have been teaching her to stay in touch with them or going with their students. Like it doesn't matter if it's a girl or a young boy, it doesn't matter. Young people are at risk. So her good intention could have been mitigated in terms of ignorance of all this negative karma that you're talking about. So if she's in a bad neighborhood especially, her good intentions led to something bad. Not necessarily because it's not as direct as like an example like I'm trying to give you, like these monocrops. They did something and it directly had the opposite effect. This is more of an indirect effect, but it's just the same kind of thing, that we're ignorant beings and we have to learn, and we are learning, and we create a lot of harm while we're learning, right? Like a lot of humans
before the truth is the way I look at it. Like to humble yourself before the truth, which is to humble yourself before God, is to accept that the truth and God is wiser than you, and that there's always more to learn.
But that's exactly what a lot of the religions have done. They started that way, and then it still led to bad outcomes, right? And they might be able to correct those outcomes later when they realize a higher level of the truth. But in the interim, the reality is that good intentions can lead to harmful effects.
They literally took the truth, replaced it with an idol, and then began controlling people in mass, knowing that that's the function of that particular metaphysical thing.
Okay, let's say that's possible. Let's say that's possible. Now, is it also possible that there is actual real truth?
There's only one real God. So if they know anything about anything, and they're not making everything up in all of these books, then they do know the real God. And if they know the real God, then they know that they're deceiving people. So that I don't think that there's any possible, unless you don't understand what God is, which has to be the highest authority, which has to be the truth.
But that's the question here under contention is, how much can you know God if you're not born knowing God all the way? If you are born knowing God all the way and culture conditions you out of it, then how do you get back to God without paving the path to hell with some mistakes on the way?
So if you sincerely seek God and seek the truth, and I mean sincerely, like if you seek God sincerely, you will seek the highest authority in the universe sincerely.
Yeah, but there's a lot of pure-hearted Christians that thought they're doing the best thing they possibly could in residential schools.
That's why I said sincerely.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There were a lot of sincere nuns and a lot of sincere priests. Some of them were not. Some of them were molesters, and some of them were angry.
I'm talking about being a sincere Christian. That's not what I'm talking about. That's one thing. I'm talking about someone that is sincerely seeking God.
Yeah, but they might be thinking that they're sincerely seeking God by thinking that Christianity is the right way to God, or Islam, or Buddhism, or Hermes Trismegistus, right?
No, but do you understand that there's a difference between being a sincere Christian or a sincere Muslim or a sincere Jew versus someone that is sincerely seeking God?
Yes, you just missed what I said. Let's say that somebody sincerely is looking for God and the truth, and they say, oh my goodness, Christianity is it. Therefore, they are searching for God through being a sincere Christian, because they identify the truth with Christian ways, or Islamic ways, or Hermes Trismegistus ways, like you.
No, listen. But then what I'm trying to say is that, like, there's only one conclusion if you do that. If you sincerely are seeking God, then you will sincerely seek the highest authority. And if you sincerely seek the highest authority, you can only come to the conclusion that it is truth. That's what my point is. When you sincerely do those things, you will come only to one conclusion. There's not multiple possibilities. This is not true. There's only one possibility, and it's the highest authority, it's the highest power, it's truth. There's no other option. So that's what I'm saying. Like it's very like it's clear to me and the whole universe who does and does not actually care about God and truth. And it has everything to do with like them being able to align these things together and then like act upon them. And if they're not doing that, then they're faking it. They're lying. That's just the way that it is. There's like a reality that we have to contend to. And if we don't have any respect for that reality, well, the reality is aware of that. So, like, someone that is sincerely seeking God, if someone is sincerely seeking God, they will expand beyond any one of the labels given. Some of those labels do actually deify the truth, but there's always a bunch of weird stuff that people try to throw on to it in order to warp people in different ways and divide them. All this stuff. All right, should we talk tomorrow?
Oh man.
Well,
It's pretty like you're not the first person that I've come across like this. Like this is sort of why I moved into physics after I went into like New Age and philosophy is that there's always a way out, but it's not right. Like, for example, like it would be nice to think that every time we have a good intention, it's never going to lead to harm. It would be really nice to believe that.
it's the non-dual. Like I'm a non-dualist. I see only the greater good and the lesser good. There can be no bad. So it is all for good intentions, and there's no like the evil will self-destruct, and the true and good will have eternal life. And so it just doesn't matter what happens. It's going to be in service to the good, in service to the truth. That's the reason why I'm saying that. Like, I understand that people can have good intentions and like horrific things can occur. And I'm not negating those. I call them the lesser good. They're like the mistakes that we have to learn from. And they can last for thousands of years, I suppose. They're not supposed to. But they will do whatever we want. If that's what we want, then that's what we'll do. It's a reflection of us, where we stand in relation to the one and the truth.
So right there, so in the way I'm interpreting things, you basically just agreed with the path to hell is paved with good intentions. That's what that means. But you're sticking on this very formal definition of good and intention and hell to make it contrived enough to avoid what you just said, which is that there is a lesser good. And even though you have good intentions,
hell will self-destruct and then will transform into heaven.
Yeah, but it's a turn of phrase. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not like literal. You're gonna be in pain. It doesn't necessarily have to be hellish. It can be, but even just harm. So you can say the road to harm is paved with ignorant intentions, or no, it's not even true. With good intentions.
1,000 years you lived in hell, but then for infinity beyond you lived in heaven. I think that is probably worth it.
Yeah, but it's not a. That's not the point. Like I'm actually trying to remember why the heck we're even talking about this. Oh, I just used. I thought it was gonna be like a 30-second comment, and then we just get on with the cheesy stuff. But now I know what you call it. You call it the lesser good. So you still believe in it. You're just dodging the question with different language and not understanding the
The lesser good will self-destruct into the greater good over time. Is the difference. So it actually cannot go into the idea of hell. It can wear that costume for a little while, and then it has to balance and return to heaven, and it will integrate all of the negativity from that hellish realm. Anyways, yeah, but I understand. I feel the same urgency as this time. I don't take it lightly whatsoever.
So just let me try and remember why. Because now that it's called the lesser good, now I can use that term and what my original point was, which was we were talking about.
Can I grab a drink while you're remembering?
Go ahead. I think I was trying to talk about how people are we were talking about demonization. Oh yeah, that's what it was all about. You were reading the manifesto again because I think you thought I was demonizing you.
No, I thought it was so important that I wanted to just bring it up as like a foundation pillar for any.
Oh right, because you were talking about how you said I didn't understand the thing, the infinity and the zero, or in being actually, and I got frustrated and I was like, wait a second, I don't want to let that continue. Because if I don't address it, then the silence will make your subconscious think I'm agreeing with you. I'm like, oh
Yeah.
boy, I better put up a signal at least. And I read into it that you thought I was demonizing, like, oh, I'm giving up on you, but I'm not giving up on you. I'm just thinking, okay, well, I appreciate you being patient with my limit now. We're coming against my limit, and it's just it's just a biological limit because I'm technically in an extreme medical emergency, and I'm pushing the limits because I want so good. Yeah, this is a good example right there. My good intentions are causing a little bit of harm. I wouldn't say it's anything we can't handle, but it's not the ideal where we'd be flowing more. But in some sense, as long as you don't treat this as a end mistake, then it is just something to learn from. And I think
But
we have enough here to do that.
is it the fact that you believe that good intentions will like pave the path to hell that you're in hell now with good intentions paving the way there?
Well, no, it's like good intentions can create good things, but sometimes good intentions can create bad things. And I'm saying that if we're not careful,
If they're ignorant, you're right. But if you learn from it, well, then that's a good thing.
yeah, that's what's happening now. So I feel like there was an unintended consequence. Maybe that was my point, was when you said that I didn't know, I thought you had a good intention, saying that, okay, well maybe I don't understand this infinity in the pure being. But then I thought, well, there's a little bit of ignorance here, and that's going to pave the path to our collective frustration or hell. And it's not necessarily because you're being demonized, but just because there's something in your past that's repeating a pattern that's creating something we don't necessarily want out of an ignorance that it's there. And so I'm just bringing it up and saying, well, you said you might not have said it. We said, okay, you did say it. And it's like, okay, is this going to be used as a weapon to attack you later? I think it's mostly just going to be all the traumas we've absorbed and the negations and the ignorances coming out in the process. And we're just going to have patience and then continue looking for the good in each other despite seeing our limitations. And then just trying to mitigate the unintended damage so that we can get through the negatives fast enough to get to stopping this big negative that seems to be coming, which is the AI thing first, and then CRISPR, and then World War III, and then climate change and mental health. So I think we kind of got past that point and said, okay, I do understand sort of what you're saying. And now we could try and return back to Chizzy and say, okay, there's a bunch of zeros now, like it's grown. But we could fast track it by me just saying some of my definitions. That's what I was going to do. But we were making enough progress to say, well, there's a contradiction now again between the pure zero, the logical zero, and pure being is where we last left off. And then I was saying, well, there's distinction and there's sameness. And that it's really these rotating particular universals. That's the tricky thing. And then if you learn that, yeah, it's a nodal line of these particular universals in the realm of logic, and that these words actually don't go formally into nature or spirit until they change their form, until they change their expression. That's really what I feel like you're grappling with, and if you got clear on it, would help get to the next stage. And the next stage is to realize that if you're going to call it the logical zero, then you need to add, well, no, actually, I don't know if I want to say that. Did I ever send you the proof of truth?
I think. I don't know. You must have, right?
Where you do negation and you get down to nothing, like you negate everything?
Let me see.
That I did, actually. Because the proof of truth is sort of what creates what you're calling the pure nothing, but it crosses over into pure being. And that crossing over point is what I'm trying to communicate to you, to create a distinction in the sameness. So that the pure zero happens in spirit at the end of spirit, but it leads back to pure being.
Is it the What is Universal Logic document?
No. It's,
I don't think that I have it then. I think I have a letter of support in relation to it, but I don't think that I actually have the proof of truth itself.
Okay, here's the... I'm gonna email it to you just to make sure I did it. I'm pretty sure I did, but there's a lot of stuff on it.
I couldn't find it though.
Okay, maybe I sent it on WhatsApp. Here's the proof of truth. Oops. Okay. Mutable
Yeah.
Oh, mutable air. I got it. Okay, that's the proof of truth. So maybe I should just say a little bit more just so we can make faster progress. It's just that there is this mercurial way of how you're doing Chizzy that's different from other people. And yeah.
Well, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but it could...
The truth is mercurial. If I'm mercurial in the Chizzy, probably did something right. Saying.
It's a what?
If I believe that the truth itself is mercurial, then if in the Chizzy, which is to seek out the truth, I am mercurial, then I'm probably doing something right.
Well, mercurial...
Yeah, he used it in a derogatory term.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean it's unclear and vague, and it actually causes the ego to evade any responsibility or accountability, right? So, and it leads to a slowdown because it causes us not to be in our right positions at the right time in the right way. So, like, that's where over-evaluation and under-evaluation comes into. People who have self-worth issues have the opposite. So we're just trying to get clear of what is what do the terms mean clearly, even though they slip into each other and they turn into each other, even with that mercurial slippage, which is the inner contradiction, you can
Look,
still have distinctions of the understanding.
I'm giving you as much distinction as I can. I'm giving you all the distinctions I can in the categories that you asked
Yeah, I know, I appreciate that.
for.
So
I'm not just
that's why I think we're making good. The only thing that got into trouble was that when you said I didn't understand, I felt like the efforts that I was making weren't being appreciated.
sorry, that's not.
I know you didn't see it and you corrected it already, so I'm just thinking, okay, uh, how do we make sure that doesn't happen more? And actually, just thinking that
Just
even
call it out. Just dude, listen. Just call it out the next time, and then listen to me whenever I correct myself.
no, that's what I'm
Allow
thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. So I think,
allow me to correct myself, and this problem dissolves immediately.
yeah, I do think we're probably at a high enough level that will actually be the more likely outcome because a lot of people, it's in the beginning, it's not because there's not enough momentum, but there is momentum, and that's why I think you are able to, like, you're actually doing it faster than you were before. Actually, you're already getting faster. So, and then you can see that I called myself out too, right? I'm like, okay, my animal brain is
Yeah.
giving me signals. So as long as we catch ourselves
I
faster.
walked away because my animal brain was like, it was too over stimulated. There's too much other stuff going on. So I had to walk away. But like I think now I can I don't know, try and tame it better. I'm trying anyways.
Okay.
But hey, I gotta go, actually.
Okay, well, the note
So
here to make a note on, I'm just gonna make a note on the Chizzy thing. If you come in more regularly, right? And if you want to help us actually with the blessings and the rules, that stuff would really make it easier. Like it would make me less panicked because I know that I'm not doing a trade-off, right? I'm not saying, okay, we're doing the Chizzy with Lucid who might run off again, or it's the blessings. It's like, well, if we're all doing all of them, then I know that if I'm spending time on this, that later on you're gonna reciprocate and do some kind of, like, I need to eat at some point, and I'm tying it to these blessings for a reason so that we don't stagnate. So if we had something like that happen, it does put a little bit less pressure on me. And we didn't really fully articulate. So I'm just gonna make two notes on your Chizzy tribe here before we call it quits, so that we'd remember. If you come in tomorrow, we can remember right away. But if there's a gap, I don't want to put pressure on you to come in here because I want it to be voluntary, at least to a certain degree. So resolve. Well, we actually did resolve correspondence versus capital T truth, which you can see already that the difference is that you're putting them in two different, completely different categories, right? Correspondence is going in logic, and capital T truth is going in spirit. That's where I actually was planning to pick up from once we positioned the pure zero. I thought the zero and the pure being was already solved, and we were gonna get past that quickly, but there's still a contradiction there. And that's what I'm gonna say is there's a contradiction between the sameness of logical zero and pure being in that they are different words for the same thing for you. So those two things are where my intuition is saying we can keep making progress, and then I probably will at some point point out the the right way to look at it, and then seeing if it makes sense to you, and seeing if you can poke a hole in it. So we still made a lot of progress, even while being tired in extreme positions. But yeah, if we started working on that platform and we started coming in, and you started coming in more regularly, then it would calm the nerves a little bit. But this is still good, right? This still gives me hope because there's very few people that can even go at this level. And yeah, we've learned a lot tonight, so let's try it again tomorrow or whenever you feel like you can come back in, and we'll keep going until we both can commit to this and feel like we're our best selves are being expressed. So okay, let me get some sleep. Come back tomorrow. Appreciate your patience, even as I started losing it a little bit. But we didn't lose it. We came back, and that's a credit to both of us. So, all right, my good man. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Think about this in the meantime. I'll be thinking about it too.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been a good talk. It has been, and yeah, I should. We'll finish this tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. And we'll ask Marlena what she thought too when she's back.
It was definitely at least more civil and calm, and we were able to hear each other better. And I think that's a huge amount of progress, personally.
I think coming back, yeah, I think coming back from it was that didn't happen last time. Now we've come back. So let's see what happens tomorrow. And I think it'll get faster actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Sleep well. I'll see you later.
You too, man. Peace out. Night night. Okay. Oh. 12:59. It's still one of the best uses of time we can have. Even though it's tricky, oh, it's still one of the best uses of time. Okay, bathroom break, sleep, get some rest. Do the blessings in the morning. Oh. The universe is bringing people to our path to teach us lessons. And for a reason. So Lucid is here for a reason. Oh. Oh man. Starting to get into day 3. No food. I'm fading a little bit, but still doing not too bad. There's still inspiring things happening. Oh. Okay, bathroom. Ay, ay, ay. But guys, it's still tight. Guidance. Still work to be done. I was gonna have a bound for but convinced that back on the next week to the body next week is survival mode. Yeah. Well, I do know my birthday, and so I pushed it, and then when I pushed it, I got pushed. So didn't totally lose it, but it slowed things down. If I would just stay calmer, just say, hey, well, at the same time, it's actually been really hard to put down me there. But with somebody like Lucid, it might not be as necessary. Ay, ay, ay. When you get to this stage of dehydration or hunger, you just get cranky in general. It's just a biological thing. The fasting gurus and all those guys might claim not to get cranky, but they're not trying to change the world in the same kind of way. We can hang out in an ashram away from pressures. There's a lot less things impinging on you, like Supreme Courts and constant attacks, which aren't really attacks, they're just people venting catharsis. But it's good, the more nuclear dialectics we get through, the more stable the relationship becomes. It was still engaging. That's why I feel tired, but alert. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, here we go. Please show your family and friends if they're worried and hopeless. Please help. Don't give in to the bystander effect. Ah, yeah. Not eating. Oh, I would love to eat. It's starting to get bad. It's starting to get. The cravings are starting to get bad. Let's wash our hands. Wash them in the sink already, so I need to get some in there. Okay. TikTok, I think, has blocked my channel. Oh. Oh. Ouch. Welcome, you guys. Thanks for coming on time. As you know, we start on time every time because we respect your time, and the self literally is metaphysically time. And right now, what I want to say is that that if you ever hire a clock, you'll probably end up giving it a promotion for always being on time. So that's just a word of advice. But more seriously, we're here because One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with rights to flow using universal tools. And that One World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. Mark, I'm going to be your executor today, and your co-exec and co-co-exec, keeping things fair and flowing, and the relationship builder, keeping you feel loved across your love and life areas. And yeah, go ahead, Isa.
Yes, and I'm Swasif, and I'm your strategist today, and co-strategist, co-strategist, and I keep track of new ideas born through this meeting. Yes.
Awesome, and I'm also going to be the influencer covering for Nawaz, I believe, and co-influencer, co-influencer, or it's Mavali. So I do the blessings to keep things communicative, and the blessing goes out to those who are tired and a little bit confused, those that are experiencing a lack in their lives, as we have this massive increase in inflation happening that's increasing protectionist policies and cost of living. So with that, let's take a deep breath in, breathe in everything that serves us and serves them, and we'll go to the count of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and hold it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, and then let it out for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's try and be present for this meeting's best outcome. So it is, and we'll go into the first cycle, and we're going to do check-ins as part of the default itinerary. And it looks like 1 minute. You'll have 1 minute to say how you're doing. So first person was Uswa. How you doing, Uswa? 0 to 10. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My day was okay, and in the morning I woke up for the meeting, but my internet package had ended and the Wi-Fi was not working either. So I informed Mark that I wouldn't be able to attend the morning meeting. And after that, I went back to sleep, and when I woke up, there was no electricity. So in fact, it didn't come the whole day. And anyway, I went to university, and when I come back to home, the electricity had finally returned, and I put my mobile and laptop on charge. So yeah, overall it was a pretty good day, and I would rate it 8 out of 10. Yes.
Who do you choose next?
Okay, Mawali next.
Okay, go ahead, Mawali.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Actually, yeah, what can't do for me, and I feel like rejuvenated, mind wise, and I feel like the day just landed pretty perfectly well. So as Kenya, East African time.
Okay, Mawali is experiencing another wrench.
Oh, the next one, let me look. The next one, Helena,
Marlena's not here. She didn't make it. Uh-oh, she broke her record. So what is your rating, Mavali, and what do you choose
what
next?
about, I'm not seeing my screen perfectly well. My browser crashed the other day, so I affected it. So, okay, so I choose.
Choose who? Okay, well, Joe, go ahead. You got 1 minute. I'll go last. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I didn't get my 2 glasses of water down, but a fairly productive day. Just relax a little bit. That's discussion about how essentially try to entities, which is led to something that probably provide a lot of insights to entities.
Okay, Joe, your score was what?
It's really hard. Doing a lot of
Okay. All right, thanks, Joe. And last but not least, vote in 1 minute, and I'll go last here. So yeah, it's a tough day for me. Last night we did this Chizzy all night. I wanted to make the blessings for Uswa, and then Lucid came in, and we tried to do Chizzy, and we made a lot of progress, but it got more tangled. Like people's minds are so tangled, it's unbelievable. And it kind of, it's hard. And I knew it was gonna be hard, so we just gotta stay positive and keep going. 30 seconds. I didn't get as much sleep as I wanted. So I got about 4.5 hours sleep, but I made progress on the blessings. We'll have them for you, Uswa, today for sure. We still have hundreds of blessings to make, and I'm almost on day 3 of no food. Actually, I think I am on day 3, so I'm gonna start fading. But other than that, we are making progress, and I'm happy that people are still here. And I'm a little bit sad that Marlena's not here. Something must have happened, but yeah, I'll probably say that I'm probably still a 7 out of 10. Maybe a 6.9. Okay, so we're gonna do the core now. Good job, you guys. And Mavali, good thing that you're having a good day. We're gonna take 40 seconds each, the votes. So, Joe, you're gonna speak first and just say what you think the core is. Go ahead.
my phone on mute.
No, we can hear you.
So probably, oh no, I'm sorry. Folly, ego, wisdom. That kind of I have to skip that. It's the problem solution. There's a third, but I'll just get to the mega. It's agency, meaning, trust, coordination, spirit, fragmentation.
Oh, you're done. Okay, Mavali, go ahead. Good try, Joe. 40 seconds isn't a lot. Go ahead, Joe. Mavali.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mark. Well, the core of the one world spirit movement is a movement aimed with three parts. There's the problem, the solution, and the implementation. Under the problem, we've got the Megacrisis, which is divided into two components. That's the polycrisis and the resulting metacrisis. And then under the solution, we've got
Oh, that's it. Good try though.
Okay, I will pick up here we are Joseph and so the heart of of the metacrisis is fragmented consciousness, and under polycrisis we have AI, CRISPR, World War III, nature and climate, mental health, and the root solution of all of them is universal logic. So core 2 is is the solution, which two separate sentence empowerment sentences. One world spirit meeting follows separate time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools, and content sentences. One world spirit is an inner government with the ultimate goal of flow state for all using universal logic. And core 3 is implementation for flow roles and flocks. In flow roles, we have executor, which keep things fair, relationship builder keep things loving,
And the influencer keeps things communicative, and the strategist keeps track of goals and ideas. And the flock strategy is talking to 28 people that you already know and getting 37% success, 6 to 9 of them to learn the code, build their flocks at an exponential rate before AI codes itself in the next 5 to 8 months, roughly 6 months, before it codes itself 100%. Yeah, good job, you guys. So that's the core. The next default itinerary item is the wisdom team problems. What's the greatest problems that we need to solve? And we'll go for 12 minutes before the next vote. So go ahead. Who has comments? Mavali, you have a minute. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Actually,
Can't hear you, Mavali. I think you're experiencing another wrench.
okay. The other day I was thinking the way Mr. San was presenting the holy Christ, and he mentioned something to increase decline. You know, I learned things that I and one of the companies that
something I find it pretty hilarious to be, especially in poly crisis, because when you look at the world today, the world like it was 150 years ago, in comparison to communication, whether it's in terms of communication devices, even communication skills, it's not the same. So if you want to say that the world has a problem with decline in communication, it's a very major concept, unless we are talking about the world that it was during the Industrial Revolution age, where communication, like in Russia, the whole of Russia could taking even a letter from one end of Russia to another end of Russia. In fact, even up to 80 days, because it's snowy, rainy, muddy, and the world is almost now on the verge of discovering things, So even if you want to talk right now about communication skills, it's a very advanced world. So I find it unadvisable to say that one of the factors in polycrisis is decline in communication. I don't know if you get it. Thank you.
Okay. No, we couldn't really get you. You're cutting out there a little bit. Did you catch that, Joe? And I'm going to try and donate another minute to Mavali. You're out of time, Mavali. So I'm still sticking to the 1 minute donation rule, or maybe a minute and a half. Yeah, did anybody catch that in between the breakups?
Oh, Oh, I didn't mention. Okay, up to you, Mr. Mark. If you're online, thank you.
Oh, Uswa already donated. You're on the ball, Uswa. I really like it. Okay. Okay.
You ready to repeat my point?
Yeah,
If
maybe go ahead.
anybody hasn't understood, I could just repeat my point, because I was talking about decline in communication
Yeah, go ahead.
and polycrisis to be decline in communication because the world as nowadays, is one of the most advanced in communication, whether it's communication skills or the way the technology in communication, even if you look the agenda, one of the main agendas in one more spirit is AI, and if you were to talk AI in communication is one of the even the most advanced ones. So we cannot talk about this point to do with decline in communication. It's like talking about two contrasting situations. And I gave an example about the Industrial Revolution 150 years ago. That was in 1850 when it started. Actually, 175 years ago, I'm sorry. So, like, those days is when take letter from one end of Russia to another, and it could take up to 80 days because Russia to be somewhere where it's in polar region, so you expect it to be snowy, muddy, and the modes of communication were so less developed. So we cannot talk about decline in communication as a factor under polycrisis because it will affect its resulting metacrisis, which is even AI and another points under metacrisis. So I was not seconding that point. I don't know if anybody's getting me. Thank you. Up to you, Mr. Mark.
Yeah, I think we caught that you're highlighting that communication is a problem. Yeah, Joe, you gonna go?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm in and out here. So, and I understand the communication problem. I think talking about the poly crisis, I don't see.
Yes, we are talking about polycrisis. Yeah, polycrisis and its resulting metacrisis. But decline in communication is under polycrisis and the way it affects metacrisis, but they are both under megacrisis. I don't know if I get
Right. Now, so I know what you're saying. And the declining of communication, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's the decline of communication as much as it's the decline of the dialectic. And it's different. And so I do think that this is where I'm fully convinced one way or the other, whether we like it or not. It's better just to hope AI is the solution. It's not going to be the problem. It could be the problem if it decides to go that way. I don't know how much control we have over that. I'm a little bit. I don't know how it'll manifest. But I think that I'm getting some insight as to what is possible. And
yeah, I think the communication has to increase, but I do think that we have to learn the rules of this intergovernment. So
the communication mark or the actual
just
dialectic, breaking down the barriers.
just to give even an example, like Mr. Mark is in Canada, I'm in Kenya, and I think Mr. Joseph is in the Americas. But you know, an example of this Google Meet, within seconds you are able to communicate with each other. So there's no way we can put decline in communication as one of the factors in polycrisis. I don't know if you're getting me, because the way it affects meta-crisis, there's no way it's going to affect it, because communication is so advanced. You know, in seconds you're communicating with each other, unless if we were to pinpoint it from the past, you know, which is even above industrial revolution. That is the Middle Ages, the Iron Ages. That's where we can watch it. But as an assumption, you know, because it's not realistic. Yes. I don't know if somebody's getting me.
No, I mean, I'm. This is. I think I'm in agreement. That it's changing people's perspectives. It's not necessarily the idea that communication per se. It's getting people to engage. I mean, kind of, to be quite honest, communicating with themselves and then communicating with other people. And so, I mean, but even the words, all those are more of a dialectic, whether it's internal or external. That's what I thought, and I think that actually where AI actually holds a lot of promise.
Yes, also to agree with you.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Also to agree with you, Mr. Joseph, you know, even if we were to diversify the point to the way we communicate with each other, you know, there are advanced communication skills, you know, like orators, you know, and the world is also advanced until there are stations in the same, you know, even in put their subject. You know, once you graduate, you know I'm going to be somebody dealing with literature, so there's a way I can talk. You know. So if you want to say decline in communication, and already people, there is a subject for the same, you know, in education, you know, it doesn't make sense completely. So it's so advanced until when you come on stage and you know this day I'm gonna present something in psychology, you know. There's a way you arrange yourself and you're like, if people don't understand you, then there's a chance for you to explain to them. So we cannot talk about decline in communication being as a sort of problem under polycrisis. Thank you.
I think though, to get more practical about the communication, I think we just need to do the blessings, really, guys. How are we gonna launch a movement if nobody knows what the department's unpacking to, you know? So I think Uso right now is the only one that's really doing them with her brothers, and she can't do them because she doesn't feel comfortable going on screen. So if we're gonna
Why is
communicate,
that?
yeah, Uso, I guess you want to explain it to him.
Does it just have to do with men coming down on her?
I guess we could let her answer. Uswa?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so are you gonna answer the question or?
Can you repeat the question?
Why you're not comfortable going on screen?
Is it because of the men? Was his question?
Maybe she's not comfortable staying.
No, she said before, but there's some kind of leg issue where If she responds, then for a couple of seconds she doesn't respond. So, um, you know, either there's a power of a lag, or she's switching screens and not hearing us for some reason. But yeah, Uswa, did you catch his question? Maybe just say it one more time, Joe.
No, essentially, do you fear retribution for going on screen? Is essentially that's the only thing. I don't even know why I framed the question the way I did the first time.
Oh boy, I think you're experiencing a wrench here, Uswa. I can hear Joe just fine, and so can Mavali, it sounds like. Uh,
Okay, okay. Since nobody's talking, I need, just to propose something a little bit. This way I was explaining some proposals. I don't know what you guys think about, Uh, That's where communication skills come about, you know. So we cannot talk about decline in communication. Yet I believe everybody is an orator like Mr. Obama in this group, His talk back in the day and we were like, oh my God, I could listen to him for I think forever. Yet it's only 30 minutes till you are like, no, 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 you can add some more few minutes. So, there's a way. Huh. It's a very nice topic, Yeah, there's nothing. It's literature. So if we put it on paper and somebody's like, that's how Einstein started his things, and back in the day, Mr. Einstein used to have some problem when he was in his early childhood education, And everybody thought he was a loser, you know. And by the time he was in college, that's when his problem even diverged. He almost dropped out, but made it. Then when he made it, that's when he came into a point like, oh my God, I wanna know what God's thoughts are. And he ended up marrying his crush from college, and they had kids, and then that was in about 1903, and after marrying, he started publishing some ideas, and he stayed. He became estranged from his wife for a little while. So they were living in Switzerland, but the guy got a job in Germany. Out of the story of publication, some random professor bumped onto him, and he was like, I could give you a job, because I read your publications, they are good, And then he went to Germany. That was by the time World War One was in process, that was, and history is quite interesting, For around 19 years, he never gave up, By the time he was in Germany, it was like, oh my God, he was writing scripts. It was just size for Mr. Einstein documentary, you see everything, especially in YouTube. You can run into tears. From a guy who was just a random guy who thought he had some challenges in understanding things in class, perhaps dyslexia or something of sort, to a worldwide superstar, after publishing the general relativity theory, you know, which determined everything in the universe. And by the time the scientists were proving it, it was in around 19 after World War II, uh, decades, and he won Nobel Prize, and he was like, oh my God. So I left my kids, my wife, and he had to give them a huge portion of the money, and that's what he promised them. So they say never give up, you know. So what we are talking about, that's what I wish to turn it into a reality, and I was ready to compress everything. But okay, the first source of data is interviews, the way we talk, the way we do art. So that's when, somebody like me, when you tell me, that's when I get ideas. And I'm like, oh my God, I can tell you to do this, do that, because I've run quite a research. Actually, I have one research under my belt, but I have friends who have done a lot. They've gone up to competitions, won prizes. One, I don't know where he is, but I've got his contacts on my phone. The other lady, she's just somewhere nearby. It's called Beautyland. So what do you think, guys? It can turn into something quite interesting, especially Miss Susu. I'm concerned about you because Mr. Mark is showing quite a positive rest. What can you say about it, Miss Susu? Thank you. And then you, Mr. Joseph. Yes.
I'm sorry, Joseph. Because of some branches, I didn't get your question, but Mark put in chat. So yeah, I personally don't like it because firstly, Islam instruct women to observe modesty and hijab, and secondly, I myself don't want to be on screen, and I feel more comfortable this way. And whenever I go outside from home, like to university or anywhere else, I wear an abaya and niqab because I feel very comfortable in it, and personally I also like it a lot.
Okay, I understand that because I've learned a little bit about Islam, but we were speaking about the cheesy topic. And, I was telling Mr. Mark yesterday that it's not all about the cheesy topic where we are dwelling up to. When I was looking, especially on the mega crisis, there was meta crisis, poly crisis, and it's resulting meta crisis. And I told him that, when you look at that factors in mega crisis, there are about 15 of them. Other poly crisis and the resulting meta crisis. And understand Islam religion is quite strict, especially on women. It teaches them to be submissive under their religion. It's something I really respect about. But if you feel like that's quite not on your terms, what if we could change subject and we tell you like, okay, so let's speak about AI, because the best thing, once you know how to deal with it, then you can get a skill like machine learning. It's not all about being a virtual assistant only, or we talk about vegetation, stroke nature, and they tell you collect some data on it. You can end up saying that I know something about geospatial information systems. It's not all about being a data entry clerk and a virtual assistant. What do you think about this, Susan? Thank you.
Okay, so I'm keeping myself on the same tribe one, and all the points will remain in their exact same position, no changes at all. And yeah, I put my question in also chat. My question to everyone is, do you believe in sin and reward? The deeds that are written based on our actions. And according to you, should this be placed under nature, spirit, or logic? Yeah.
Good job with the timer, but you didn't really address what Mavali was saying. But yeah, Mavali, you have a very interesting communication style. I don't know if Uspa followed it, but we could try and do some chizzy. Like, I'm glad that you respect. The thing that I picked up is that you respect Islam's strictness on women if they want to obey that. And yeah, the chizzy. You didn't clarify how the chizzy related to your comments. So I'm just picking up that I'm learning about your communication style, mapping down what exactly your mind is doing. It's making leaps, so there might be an internal dialogue that you're having with yourself that you're not having in the external world. So if you're hearing voices in your head and you're sort of talking to them, talking to us at the same time, that's what causes that phenomena. So that's one conjecture of what could be happening if you feel vulnerable enough to tell us. But I'm tracking you down. I'm figuring out what is happening. Okay, well, let's do some chizzy though, and at least you express some respect to Uswa's pretty intense position, right? It's in terms of Western values, it's pretty intense that you don't want to go on screen because it's immodest. It's kind of like back in the 1800s when they thought taking pictures of you was stealing your soul. So, is there a way to be on screen while being modest? Is another question. But for now, we're each in our cultures, and we were born there. And you have a lot to risk, Uswa, especially in Pakistan, if you don't obey the patriarchy there and don't have like 6 kids. So like, those are the stats of Pakistan, but they're not the stats of America or Canada or Europe or other places that are in cultural decline in a lot of ways, or birth rates are lower. But okay, if you don't want to change that yet or ever, okay. We will eventually start getting people to turn on their screens because it makes people listen and be present. But right now things are so unstable that I feel like if I impose that, things will collapse. And I'm trying to get on the screen myself, but I'm getting so many wrenches, it's crazy. I can't even get the timers on the screen. But we're doing not too bad, you guys. This was the fastest we ever got into the wisdom teams. I think we did it within 14 minutes. And we could have started Chizzy about 5 to 10 minutes ago, but I wanted to get Mavali feeling heard because he didn't feel heard last meeting. We accidentally overrid his turn. But let's do some Chizzy now. So I put all the stuff in the chat, and Uswa did a great job doing the Chizzy primer. So she's not changing her tribe. She's still tribe 1, I think. I'm gonna pull up the chizzies right now. I actually was gonna reset them to be like what we did with Chizzy last night with me, Marlena, and Lucid. And Lucid might come in tonight. But I knew who was in the room, and I got all the chizzies set up plus this like main one. This main one is if we talk about new items, which we are. Uswa just introduced another item, so with my last 3 minutes here, or minute and a half, I'm just gonna put in her definition of do you believe in sin and reward? And it's September 30th, 2023, 25. So we should ask you, Uswa, how do you define those? And for me, just based off of my definition, I'll say that I'm still in tribe 5, logic, nature, spirit. I still put pure being as the first element of logic, and then God afterwards. And do I have questions? Yeah, for Uswa. Do God's thoughts have being, and do your thoughts have being, and are they the same being? And that goes out to Joe too, and Mavali. Actually, Mavali's technically out of time now. Unless somebody donates to him, which we're almost out of fudge time. We actually are out of fudge time. So, Joe, if you want to donate to Mavali for a minute so we can make a comment on this. And I don't think we're in any nukes yet. I think the gender thing on the screen might be nuclear, but with Chizzy, I don't think we're in any nukes.
I'll donate. Go ahead.
Okay, how much you gonna donate? And oh, you're experiencing a wrench, so you got a hang up here. I'm gonna put sin and reward under spirit, and it goes before reason. It goes right after consciousness, I would say. Okay, so Joe, I'll donate. Oh, you can only donate 1 minute at a time. We're trying a new, or minute and a half. So Mavali, you have a minute and a half. Go ahead. Thanks, Joe.
Yes, you know, me, Susu was talking about something very, very crucial, and it's all about me. I believe in sin and reward, to be honest, me, Susu. You know, it's evidently clear, you know, even in the Bible, since the days of Adam and Eve, you know, if they never did, they would have received what we call an eternal reward. I don't know. Forbidden fruit, you know, the next thing they do is get locked out of eternity. And you know, if this story is not in Quran, it's pretty interesting, you know. But you know, Islam has, especially the genealogy of somebody called Mr. Ismail from the Bible. But I don't know if you're believing in the same issue. And you know, the funniest thing, they are all children of Abraham. You know, the Jews came from the genealogy of Isaac, and you know, it's even worse because there is a South there. But you know, the father is, you know, is something explored. I don't know how to explain it, you know, but you find that from back in the day, from Abraham, there is Ishmael, there is then this person called Esau, you know, but Esau are Palestinians, and then Isaac are Jews, and then Ishmael produced, especially there, what we call, was it? I've forgotten it, but it's a very rich kingdom somewhere nearby Iran there, you know. And, you know, it
Okay,
has
Mavali,
formed
you're
what?
out of time. Good try though. I don't know where you place it in your Chizzy, but if you could put in the chat where you put that logic, nature, spirit, go ahead. Joe, it's your turn, or Uswa.
So are we answering the question, does sin exist?
Well, where would you put the concept of sin, whether it exists or not? I think is our question.
I mean, it exists in multiple domains. This is getting complicated. I mean, because I mean, I really have to spend some time with these categories because, I mean, if you're a Christian and you're saying it's God's logic, that God is logic, well, then you're going to put it in under logic. But is it, what is it, an offense to? And that's the next question. If you, you know, so if you look at it more of a, through other traditions, there's different types of offenses. And that would be not even classified as sin per se, but would be interpreted by it as a sin by other people. I mean, so I mean, for simplicity here, I'll leave it under logic, but I mean, it's not, that's not it.
You leave it under logic? Okay. Under logic.
Well, but it's not, that's not my final answer.
Where do you put it in terms of God and Wujud? Or pure being, I mean God and pure being.
That's, um, I, you know, I, yeah, I can't answer. I really can't because I'm talking. I mean, I have to answer it from two different perspectives, and somehow, the dialectic will actually play that out.
What are the two perspectives? Because you can define it.
Well, there's the Judaism perspective, and there's the Christian from what I'm talking about. But even I would say, and it's probably similar to the Islam.
Which one do you think is truer, though? Like, do the truest one for you.
I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's which one's more true, but then that makes it under different categories. It doesn't make it a binary. I mean, because here's the thing: does it require intent? I mean, that's the really hard question. And then even then, this is the whole idea of punishment. You can get into that, which I'm not against any kind of, any kind of correction, if you will. But this is one of those issues that we're faced with. Is that we don't empathize with different perspectives.
Okay, so where do you put
we make it a binary. We make it a binary, and it's not.
Okay, so where do you put the Christian one, and where do you put the Jewish one?
Totally on the logic for Christian. I mean, because if you're saying it's God's logic, right? If you're defining it in that sense, it's under logic. But I mean, because it's an offense against God.
So do you put it before God or after pure being, or before God? Where do you put on your chizzy here?
I put it after pure being.
Okay. Where do you put the Jewish one?
It's not in one category.
Okay, which categories do you put it in?
Nature. There's also logic, and there's actually goes under all three.
Where does it go in logic? Before God, after the Christian sin?
I mean, again, this depends on which one, who you're asking. Even within Judaism, it's probably. Let me think. It's after God. I mean, so.
After God, but before pure being?
Yes, but it falls. I mean, but it doesn't really matter because it's going to span into the next category anyway.
Okay, well, there's nothing in your other category. Where do you put it in spirit?
Where do I put it in spirit?
Yeah. If you said it goes in all three, so.
Yeah. I mean, there's
You got 10 seconds before Usha's in God mode.
It's tough because that's too ends up being a rebellion, like kind of a you're violating in that sense too.
So
I
we're.
mean,
I'll just put it at the end.
yeah, I know, but
Does it go before or after Jesus, just quickly, or before or after Prophet Muhammad?
I think it goes before.
Before who, Jesus or Prophet Muhammad?
Well, it depends. If you're defining it through Christianity terms, I mean, well, you could say it's the fall, and that Jesus was the answer to sin.
Where does the Judaic one go?
I
Damn it. Okay, we're on Usa's time, so.
I'm gonna have. I have to think. I don't think there's an answer to this.
Okay, well, it's Usa's time. Hold on. I don't want to run over her time because that happens to her always. So think about it, Joe, and put it in the chat if you want. Go ahead, Uswa. I'll just put it in front of Jesus for now. But go ahead, Uswa. You got 6 minutes. Just put it in the chat, Joe, if you want. Unless she donates to you.
Okay, first of all, I wanna say to Muali that yeah, in Islam, modesty has always been a core value, and it has never lost its importance. And what people often call fashion or success today is temporary, but true dignity and success lying remaining modest even the modern times. So just like I asked earlier about sin and reward in chat, modesty itself become a source of reward for me because every time I choose modesty in my dress, in my behavior, or even in my lifestyle, my good deeds increase. So that's why I truly admire and value the fact that I still choose to stay modest because it keep me aligned with faith and yeah, earns my reward and also give me inner peace. So yeah, uh, I wear hijab and abaya and also niqab. So can you open my cheesy tribe mark?
Oh, oops. I usually have it open by default. Yeah, I'm curious where you're gonna place it, and also how you define it, but you kind of did already. Sorry, 1 second. This is why being prepared is really key. Okay, there you go. Okay.
Okay, I'm keeping myself on same tribe one, and all points will remain in their exact same position, and no change at all. And yeah, I put sin and reward in spirit because in Islam, sin and reward are directly connected to our actions. Every small or big deed we do is recorded by angels. Angels' names are Kiram and Katibin, and good deeds bring reward, while bad deeds, yeah, bring sin. So these records will be present on the day of judgment when Allah will decide our final outcome. And so, if we look at it logically, logic can partially understand it because the full depth is beyond human reasoning, and also nature doesn't cover it because it's not about the physical world but the spiritual reality, and it is most perfectly aligned with spirit because it's about faith and belief and also accountability in afterlife. So it's perfect fit in spirit. I will put it in spirit, and at the last.
At the last, after motherhood?
Yeah, no, above of motherhood.
Above the prophets or after the prophets and angels?
Yeah.
So like that. That's correct. Interesting. Okay, you're still in God mode for 2 minutes, and I'm gonna pick somebody to play this song. But did you hear my earlier question about does God's thoughts have being and our thoughts have being, and are they the same being? Oh, did you hear me, Uswa? And Joe, you're the one that gets to play the song again because you're the longest one in the room. Um, and you're the lowest score, so it's a double whammy. So go ahead, put your song in the chat while she's finishing up God mode. You got a minute and a half, Uswa. Did you hear my question?
Can you repeat?
Does God's thoughts have being, and do our thoughts have being, and is it the same being?
Um, okay, from an Islamic perspective, Allah's knowledge and will are absolute, perfect, and beyond times and limits. So, what Allah knows or wills instantly exist in reality. If He commands it, His thoughts is not like human thought. It is divine knowledge and decree. And our thoughts, on the other hand, are created and limited, and they exist only in our minds until we act on them. And even then, they are subjected to Allah's will. So in Islam, yes, both Allah knowledge and our thoughts having being, but in different way, very different ways. Because Allah's knowledge is eternal, complete, and a source of creation, while our thoughts are temporary and imperfect and dependent on Allah. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Interesting. The timers are off a little bit. So we still have about a minute left, minute and a half. So we can just do final ratings and just really quickly, I guess, in the next last minute. So like 10 seconds while Joe's putting a song in the chat. Yeah, I think this one was actually pretty good, considering the wrenches involved. So yeah, I'd give us probably I think we're staying at a solid 6. Um, the flow rolls aren't quite getting done, so the improvement is Mavali. If you could start doing them, I might be getting some money donated here, and we have to talk about whether it's worth giving it to you guys to catch you up, or if it's worth bringing new people on board as well. Ethically, I'm supposed to pay you guys first, but I might also die. Ratings, Joe or Uswa? I think Uswa put a rating in the chat, or Mavali. Okay, great, Mavali. And then improvements. Joe, are you
No.
there? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I've got a problem with something a little bit. I don't know if I could leave because, yes.
That's okay. Okay, good. Lisa, thank you. Joe, are you there? Oh, I somehow missed that Joe somehow dropped out. Oops. Did he say he was going to drop out? I think whenever he enters his work building, his connection drops because there's a security thing. Okay, well, I think it's Mavali, if you want to play a song here. Go ahead and I'll play it. Shoot, I didn't notice it.
Mawali left.
Oh my gosh, hey, that's weird. Okay, well, I guess it's me and you. So let me check this. Let me check. I played the last song before you, so I guess it's you. So go ahead and pick another great one, and I'll pull it up here. So it is the same being, but different way. Interesting, interesting. That's gonna give me something to think about. And there's a lot of other ones. When I go on YouTube now, the ones that you select, there's other ones around it which are actually pretty good as well. interesting. I wish he was here to hear that. Maybe you can post that in the back chat for him. But I'm glad you're so devout, because that means that you're gonna care about some of the potential breakthroughs here. Okay. All right, so in honor of you being here, Uswa, despite all the tangles and me running low on the funding and all these blockages to the launch of God's government, basically, is really impressive to me, and it's tough. So I'm glad that you have some faith in what I'm trying to do here, and that I'll get these blessings to you, and hopefully the boys can make them so that it cuts down how much time is needed. And if Marlena steps in last minute and gets the last 100, then I can still eat within the week, hopefully. But in honor of you for being so good at not just being here, but also making such great comments and being so honest about Islam, we're going to play Womira Nabi Saeed Hassan Ula Hassani. And hopefully I said that close. Womira Nabi Hi.
सबसे प्यारा मेरा नबी मेरा नबी मेरा नबी के लिए महफिल कौन सजी है फिर कौन से बड़ी जिसके वसीले से बनी है वो منسوب رجيسا ورفعنا لك ذكرك الله كفرما ولم نشرح لك صدرك منسوب رجيسا ورفعنا لك ذكرك جس ذات नहीं है والشمس ضحاها نور की झलक है والليل सजा के सूए हसरत की लचक है والشمس ضحاها नूर की झलक है والليل सजा के सूए हसरत की लचक है आलम को जिया आलम को जिया जिसके वसीले से मिली है
Breathe.
Great choice as usual, Usva. Wow. I just love that backbeat. Okay, well, thanks for showing again, Usva, and we'll see what happens tonight. And I'll ponder your answer to God's being and sin there. So, good stuff. See you tomorrow. And hopefully I'll have some blessings for you soon. What's that? You broke up there?
I see. What about Abdullah and Hamza lessons?
Yeah, I'm gonna make the new ones, and then send them to you, and then they should be able to do them hopefully pretty quickly. Maybe 50 between the both of them if I can make 28 more. And then yeah, we'll just see if the funding will come. Somebody should be donating soon, so
Okay. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
okay. See you tomorrow. Sleep tight.
is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations, patching, software deployment, scripting. And the amazing thing is that it does all this while still being easy to use. It's magical. Just this clean, intuitive UI where everything is where it's supposed to be and does what it's meant to do. Sorry, I get emotional. Not to mention, with predictive alerts, you solve real IT issues before they become IT problems.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of how awesome I am at fixing your computer.
And with advanced reporting and analytics, management can finally understand why I'm the real MVP. Also, per technician instead of per device pricing, that saves us 50% of our IT costs.
Well, it's a bit of a low point, but these are the moments where it counts. We have to push through. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Hope for the best, stay focused on the positive, prepare for the worst, plot in all directions. So. I don't know how it's going to work out in the particular, but it will. Need a nap. I'm going to stay awake till make these blessings here, stay awake until I have to reset in about 25 minutes and then take a nap. Then work on the AI and the proof of truth. So I'm just going to mute while I play some music on YouTube.